This is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of September. Mr. Ferrato, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
And today on our agenda, we will be covering non-restricted and restricted items. Our restricted agenda will not start until 10:30 a.m. So we'll proceed with the non-restricted items. But first, Mr. Ferrato, let's please proceed with public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. At this time, we have received no public comment.
Thank you. And the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for August 2020.
Thank you. And each of us has had an opportunity to review the dispositions. Would either of my colleagues care to make a motion?
Certainly, Chair Morgan. I move for approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition items for the month of August 2020.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chairwoman Morgan?
Aye. And that brings us to our non-restricted agenda items. Non-restricted item number 1 was removed from our agenda. Please read in non-restricted item number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of Three Corners LLC for licensure as sole member of Circa Resorts LLC and Circa Resorts LLC doing business as Circa Resort and Casino for a non-restricted gaming license, licensure to conduct parimutuel and off-track parimutuel race wagering, and for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor. You also have the applications of Derek John Stevens for licensure as a manager and the applications of Golden Gate Casino LLC doing business as Golden Gate Hotel and Casino doing business as Tuscany Las Vegas Race and Sports doing business at Tuscany Las Vegas for a non-restricted gaming license and licensure to conduct off-track parimutuel race wagering. Lastly, you have the applications of Golden Gate Casino LLC doing business as Golden Gate Hotel and Casino and D-Rock Gaming LLC doing business as the D to add, remove, or modify conditions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ferrato. Good morning, Mr. Giordano.
Good morning, Chair Morgan, Member Johnson, Member Katsaros, and Mr. Secretary. For the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm of McDonald Toronto, appearing on behalf of the applicants. Madam Chair, we do have a affirmative presentation, and with your permission, I would propose that after my opening remarks, you permit us to show a short 3-minute video on the new Circa Resort and Casino, followed by Derek Stevens addressing the board members, describing the property and its many attributes. After Derek is finished, we propose that Susan Hitch and Dan Morrell review with you the confidential Circa financial presentation materials that you have, followed by any Circa financial questions you might have for them. After that presentation, we thought we would have Derek address any questions you might have concerning his personal license application that's on the agenda. After that, we would like to address the Golden Gate Tuscany Suites and Casino Satellite Racebook and Sports Pool application and address any questions you might have concerning them. And finally, after that, we would propose addressing the other applications on the agenda. May we proceed along those lines, Chair Morgan?
Yes, good morning, and thank you for that roadmap. That's very helpful. I'm glad you did that because I wanted to make sure Mr. Stevens was on and he just joined. So we're glad that he's able to be here today, and I'm fine with that roadmap. And Mr. Giordano, if we ever get off track, please let's stick with that. I think it'll make things a little bit smoother since we're all doing this remotely right now. And I'm fine with you going ahead and proceeding with your opening remarks, and we can delve into the video whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, Chair Morgan. I am truly honored and privileged to be able to present to you for your consideration this morning these applications for licensure of the first newly built resort casino located in downtown Las Vegas in the last 40 years or so. I first met Derek Stevens some 15 years ago when he asked me to help him get licensed to become involved in the Nevada gaming industry as a part owner of the historic Golden Gate Hotel and Casino. It was a dream of his to own a hotel casino in Las Vegas, and he had determined that the Golden Gate would be a great starting point. As you know, he and his brother Greg were licensed in 2008 as 50% owners with Mark Brandenburg of the Golden Gate. Not satisfied with that, Derek and his brother were approved to acquire from Mark Brandenburg a majority ownership interest in the Golden Gate in 2009, followed by 100% ownership in 2015. During that time, Derek's investments, leadership, and visionary ideas transformed and expanded the Golden Gate from its humble historic origins to to the modern, gleaming facility that you now see there. Along the way, Derek identified the Fitzgerald's Las Vegas Hotel and Casino as another older property in downtown Las Vegas that he thought he could improve and remake in his own special way. Thus, in 2011, he was approved to acquire Fitzgerald's from the estate of the late, great Don Barton. Derek and his brother Greg right away embarked on investing and making many wonderful new and visionary improvements to that property, turning it into the D Las Vegas with its legendary Long Bar and transplanted restaurants from their hometown of Detroit, giving it a totally new vibe and energy never seen there before. However, Derek's vision for remaking downtown Las Vegas was not done with the D and the Golden Gate. He had a far greater idea, eyeing the square block across the Fremont Street experience from the Golden Gate with its assorted aging buildings. Needless to say, Derek was successful in acquiring those parcels of land and began the planning and building of his dream for the newest resort casino in downtown Las Vegas, which we can now all see in the beautiful and spectacular Circa Resort and Casino that has arisen on that site. With that, Chair Morgan, I would ask if your staff could please go ahead and show the Circa video presentation we have provided. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Langendorf, can you?
Yeah,
play the video?
I'm clicking. Give me a second, please.
Open up the champagne, pop. It's my house, come on, turn it up. Hear a knock on the door and the night begins. Cause we've done this before, so you come on in. Make yourself at my home, tell me where you been. Pour yourself something cold, baby, cheers to this. Sometimes you gotta stay in, and you know where I live. Yeah, you know what we is. Sometimes you gotta stay in. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go out. Welcome to my house. Play that music too loud. Show me what you do now. We don't have to go out. Welcome to my house. Welcome to my house. Morning comes and you know that you wanna stay. Close the blinds, let's pretend that the time has changed. Keep our clothes on the floor, open up champagne. Let's continue tonight, come on, celebrate. That's how we do. Sometimes you gotta stay in, and you know where I live. Yeah, you know what we is. Sometimes you gotta stay in. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go out. Welcome to my house. Play that music too loud. Show me what you do now. We don't have to go out. Welcome to my house. Welcome to my house. Welcome to my duck off the crib, the spot, the pad. But my house is your house if you throwing it back. Excuse me if my home draining the sand. Soon as these happy faces land, you can run with the cash. Home run, slam dunk, touchdown pass. Mi casa es tu casa, so it ain't no holding back. Another shot of vodka, you know what's in my glass. It's my house, just relax. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go out. Welcome to my house. Play that music too loud. Show me what you do now. We don't have to go out. Welcome to my house.
You're on.
Chairwoman Morgan,
Mr.
Member
Stevens?
Johnson, Member Katsaros. Mr. Secretary, first, good morning, and I'm excited. My name is Derek Stevens, and I've had some butterflies in my belly all night. I'm very honored to come before you here today. Thank you very much for showing our video, which gave a graphical look at what we're building. And if I could, I'd like to tell you a little bit about Circa and how it came about. And for me, this is really an accumulation of events in my life that have involved Las Vegas. This goes back to my very first time coming to Las Vegas when I stayed at the Dunes Hotel in the late 1980s, and I was fortunate enough to win about $20 with my best friend at the time, and the first thing we did was we stayed another night, and I think that was a very important night for me because it solidified my interest in my love of Las Vegas. Over the next 20 years, I visited Las Vegas for business and for pleasure many times, and each one of those trips left something for me that left a memory that I always thought about. I thought about the first time I walked into the Las Vegas Hilton, and I saw the Superbook at the Las Vegas Hilton, and I looked up and I saw what I thought was one of the greatest places I'd ever been. I remember the moment that I walked into the Mirage once it opened, and the smell and the feel you have when you walk through the atrium, something you could never get anywhere else in the country. I remember my first time I stayed at Bellagio, and I got to see what that was like, and see a whole new level of hospitality and tourism developing before our eyes. I remember going to the fights. I was at the Fan Man fight outside at Caesar's Palace with Bo Holyfield, and those moments that you can never forget. I remember going to the Golden Nugget and entering my very first football contest with three of my best buddies from Detroit, and somehow we ended up winning in 2001. We won the 2001 football handicapping contest at the Golden Nugget, and the exhilaration and excitement certainly impacted my thoughts on sports and on some of these contests, and another reason why I came to really love Las Vegas. When I finally made an investment in 2006 into the Golden Gate, gave me an opportunity to really get back and get into a smaller property where I felt it was very important to learn the ropes, from beverage to tables to hotel to slots. And at that point, I also had the ability to become a member of the Fremont Street Experience Board, which over years has ended up being overall a great mentor and some great people to get to know and to get to work with over the years, and really helped me in my progress through the years in Las Vegas. In 2011, I came before the board when we had the opportunity to buy Fitzgerald's. We knew we were going to renovate Fitzgerald's, all 34 stories, and we knew we were going to rename the property. So this was the first time my brother and I were able to get into a tower and renovate a tower. So we got to learn about those elements of the business. And it's our first rebranding as well. We thought that we'd be able to add some energy and renovate Fitzgerald's, and well, we have, and we've had a lot of fun doing it. In 2015, purchased the old Clark County Courthouse, and had a project where we demolished the courthouse, but we turned it into something new, and we turned it into a gathering place. We turned it into the Downtown Las Vegas Event Center. And the Las Vegas Event Center has held many events, from food festivals, concerts, music festivals, other things like that, sporting events, boxing matches, UFC events. And the event centers gave us the opportunity to really try a number of things. I guess where I'm going with all this is Circa is really an amalgamation of all these great moments that I've been fortunate enough in my life to experience in Las Vegas. Circa is really meant to say it's not about the 1920s or the 1950s or the 1980s or the 2000s. It's about all those eras combined. It's about all those great moments. And it's about really putting something together that can respect and revere the great history of Las Vegas. And when I say Las Vegas, I'm talking about from Mesquite to Laughlin. I'm talking about what's in the county on the Strip, and obviously what's in downtown Las Vegas, where Vegas started. So for myself, I never thought I'd be in this position to be able to come in front of the Nevada Gaming Control Board and present this project. This project is something that when we first looked at it, when we purchased the Las Vegas Club, we spent time evaluating whether or not we would renovate the Las Vegas Club. But it wasn't all that long before a few stars aligned, and we were able to buy a couple of other properties and really turn this into an entire city block and a project. I had my parents out once we purchased the Las Vegas Club, and my mom's a math and physics major, and her question to me was, "Where are you getting the money to do this?" My dad, who's an architect and engineer, looked at the site, and he said, "Hey, with this site, you better think a little bit bigger than what you're originally thinking." So my parents pulling me both ways. My dad won out on this one, and we started working on a much bigger project. I would tell you that one of the things with regards to Circa and the thought process and the design is really that it's about these experiences. Similar to those experiences I mentioned that I was fortunate enough to live through, Circa is really about creating these great experiences. Obviously, we've marketed the fact that this will be the world's biggest sports book. 3 stories, largest screen, television studio, radio booth, podcast booth, most amount of seating. And one of the thoughts was that we want to make sure that when people visit from anywhere in the world, that they come in, they have that moment, and they say, "Wow, I'm in Las Vegas. This is great." You can't get this on Main Street, USA. So we really tried to create that wow moment. And then when we take it to another level at Stadium Swim, our multi-tiered aqua theater, we've tried to create something that you'll never see anywhere else. We're really trying to play on how wonderful Las Vegas is, how many days of sunshine we have, and it's going to be a lot of fun. 6 pools, 2 jacuzzis, and spas, and a 143-foot screen that no one's ever going to be able to miss. Then you think about Legacy Club, our rooftop venue. What's so great about this venue is you get to look out, you're going to be able to see a great sunset. And I think we all know some days in Las Vegas, the sunsets are just spectacular. But what's very unique about our Legacy Club is you'll get to see the sunset, but you get something more. There's something else. And as the sun sets over the Red Rock Mountains, you get to see the opportunity to see the city of Las Vegas. You get to see downtown and the Las Vegas Strip light up right before your eyes. I've been up there, fortunately, during construction to see this happen a couple of times. I had it going on in my mind, but I've actually had an opportunity to see this, and it will be the greatest sunset and the greatest light up of the city you can ever get anywhere in the world. When I think about an opportunity that came before us, when Boyd Gaming was willing to sell us the property between the Main Street and the plaza, we were able to create something, what was going to be the largest and best transportation hub in Las Vegas. Really what ends up happening, it ends up becoming the gateway to all of downtown. We're the first ones that have ever been able to design a transportation hub for a hotel casino that actually takes ride-sharing technology into account. We're fortunate that we're the first hotel casino resort that's able to integrate ride-sharing right into the hotel casino resort. So we think this is going to be great for the property, but great for downtown and great for obviously all the customers that come and visit Las Vegas. Matter of fact, I thought Garage Mahal was going to be so special. I've always had a thought that parking garages don't need to be dark. They don't need to be unsafe. They don't need to be dirty. So we're really trying to take this to another level. Ride sharing, well lit, great music, great art, safe, concierges on the floors. And we thought that Garage Mahal was going to be so special that we wanted to make sure we named it and came up with a name that we thought people would remember. When we look at, you know, a little bit of a touch of history and a touch of the past, we were very fortunate that in our real estate assemblage, we were able to bring in Vegas Vicky, who'd been hanging on Fremont Street for a few decades. We're bringing her in as a touch of Vegas history, and it'll be a signature feature within the property. When I think overall about how this project came together, I'm very humbled. Having a real estate assemblage come together, that's one thing, very unlikely. Having an opportunity on the second most visited tourist destination in America on Fremont Street, again, really amazing. For myself, probably the thing I'm most proud of is my management team. We've all kind of grown up in this business together, starting from my time at the Golden Gate and then growing to the D and the Downtown Las Vegas Event Center, and now with Circa. I feel comfortable, really beyond comfortable. We got the right team in place, and we are prepared to put a project together that will make the city of Las Vegas proud, will make the county of Clark proud, will make the state of Nevada proud, and we'll create a destination that will draw people to Las Vegas. I think Susan Hitch will be up next to talk about some numbers. I'm wide open to answer any questions now or a little later. Thank you.
Before we get into Susan, just because I wanted to at least comment on the video and disclose that I actually toured the property with you last Thursday, and it is very, very close to what that video is. I know you still have some finishing touches there, but just as a Nevadan, I wanted to say that to have the first ground up facility being built and resort casino being built in downtown Las Vegas since 1980 is definitely good news, I think, for Nevada today, especially with what we're all dealing with right now and having to do this meeting remotely, and unfortunately what we're dealing with COVID, but to see this project continue to grow. And I know you'll talk about obviously the growth and the employment numbers that you're going to need in order to run that property. I just wanted to let everyone know that I did tour the property. It's pretty close to everything that he said. I know there's some finishing touches that still need to be done, and a very, very exciting project. I didn't know if Mr. Giordano, if you were going to discuss the opening, or that would be after Mrs. Hitch?
No, I think that Miss Susan Hitch can talk now about the financial stuff with Dan Morell if you'd like, and then you can obviously ask questions whenever you want of whomever during the proceedings. But as far as the order of presentation, I thought that we'd have Susan now and Dan Morell discuss the confidential financial slides you have before you, kind of outlining those as we go through those, and answering financial questions you may have about the financing for Circa.
All right. Ms. Hitch?
Okay. Good morning, Chairwoman Morgan, Member Johnson, Member Katsaros, Mr. Secretary. I will be reviewing the slides as previously provided in our confidential presentation. On slide 2, you'll see our organizational chart. Derek and Greg Stevens, owners of 18 Fremont Street Acquisition LLC, which is the borrower for the first lien term loan. And on the right, you'll see Three Corners LLC, the holding company of Circa Resort and Casino, the D Las Vegas, and Golden Gate Hotel and Casino. Circa, the D, and Golden Gate are guarantors. All of their assets are part of the collateral package. All cash flows from Circa, the D, and Golden Gate are available to service the debt. Going to the next slide, this shows our sources and uses on the left side for the project, and on the right, our capitalization. Also noting the 6-month cushion on the interest reserve funded through June of 2021. Moving to the next slide. This slide highlights various aspects of the property that were outlined in the video and discussed by Mr. Stevens, including the garage, the hotel, Garage Mahal, and the pool. Slide 5 shows our gaming projection assumptions. In order to come up with these numbers, we use data from the Strip, downtown, as well as our current operating properties to determine the projections for Circa. The next slide, similarly, we did use those same inputs for the ADR comparison, so hotels on the Strip, downtown, our current properties. Moving to page 7, This highlights our financial projections for years 1 through 5 at Circa, showing the gaming revenue as well as the total collateral revenue, including the D and Golden Gate, and expenses getting to total collateral EBITDA for both Circa as well as Golden Gate and the D. Page 8 shows additional graphs for the total revenue and the growth over the next 5 years, maintenance CapEx by year, combined EBITDA, and the cash flow. Slide 9 shows the net leverage for the next 5 years, cumulative cash flow before debt repayment. On the top right, EBITDA to net cash interest expense, and bottom right, cumulative free cash flow before debt repayment to total debt. And with that, I will turn it over to Dan Morrell with a few additional slides.
Good morning, Chairwoman Morgan, Member Johnson, and Member Katsaros. Continuing on page 10, we have the two financial covenants that 18 Fremont Street has in their loan. The first one runs through the adjusted EBITDA, which is only in effect for the Q1, 2, and 3 after we officially open the project under the agreement. And then the what turns out to be the more restrictive total leverage ratio covenant that goes into effect in the second quarter of 2021. We've got a ratio that was set to give us plenty of cushion to operate and start up, and essentially once a year steps down as we pay the loan, as we generate income and have more free cash on hand. And the leverage ratio should be noted, that's a net debt, so cash on hand, outstanding loan less total cash on hand is what the basis is. And as we flip the page, it's really just the timing of when those covenants go into play, and reiterating that we, when we open up this fall, we have an interest reserve in place for the lenders that runs through the end of June of 2021. So the interest on the loan is being repaid from that pot of money. And then our financial covenants are expected to become effective in the second quarter next year. And at the same time, the first principal payment, which is minimal, would be due also on June 30th of 2021. So with that, that is the confidential slide package that is in front of you.
All right. I know that our agents did determine that there was adequate cash flow, but I didn't know if either board member has any questions for Ms. Hitch or Mr. Morrell based on the presentation, financial presentation.
It's somewhat related to the financial presentation, but just at a more macro level. I see the figures you provided and the plans you have for servicing the debt related to this project, but I was interested more broadly in what types of assumptions are you making with regards to the revenue that you're anticipating, both gaming and non-gaming? What are some of the assumptions that you're making about the national economy, as well as Las Vegas visitation trends and the locals that I would anticipate would be a part of the equation as well? If you could speak to that macro level, that would be appreciated.
Sure. How about I take that, Member Johnson? We, as you saw in the confidential presentation, we felt that we were very conservative with our hotel ADR number. We also felt that when we initially put the lender package together, which really was 18 months ago, we've continued to track and monitor what our assumptions were at that point in time. Since that point, we felt more comfortable with the numbers. Frankly, we felt that we were under on a number of revenue assumptions in a couple of key areas, just because we've had continued progress in our operating companies at the Golden Gate and the D. From a macro level, we are certainly in a position where we feel that we're going to outperform the numbers that were projected for our lending proposal. When it comes to something very specific to what's happened in 2020, what we've seen is we've seen obviously visitation is down in Las Vegas. Visitation is down across the country. We are certainly very, I would say, hopeful with regards to some of the latest trends that we've seen with regards to the pandemic. And we believe that with the loosening or the more back to a normal, we will significantly outperform the numbers that were in our loan agreement. In the interim that we have, let's say currently with today's regulations and potentially some other intermediate regulations, we feel comfortable that we will still be able to achieve the majority of all our numbers. Obviously not on beverage, the beverage component, and this is a big component of this business, but certainly in other areas of the business. On a very short-term look, this past weekend was a weekend where without the beverage component, our slot business was actually up versus Labor Day of last year. So there are a number of factors that we feel comfortable with, even with this concern. The longer term macroeconomic issue that's of most concern to me, and I think really what should be the macro concern for all Las Vegas, has to do with the viability and competitiveness of McCarran Airport. Everyone in this valley is very, very dependent upon McCarran Airport. Whether you're a manufacturer, whether you're a lawyer, whether you're in the hotel casino business, the visitation that comes through McCarran is really our oxygen in the valley. And getting flights back and getting flights full at some point is really the critical element to bringing our economy back and bringing the state's revenues back. I guess to sum up your question, we feel comfortable if we were to open Circa under today's conditions, we feel comfortable based upon our conservative approach on the interest rate reserve and on the design build of the product that we won't have any financial difficulties.
Thank you.
Morning. I
Morning.
guess just a quick follow-up on that as well. I think you were touching upon a bit on the softness that we're seeing in occupancy levels, and that's primarily on midweek, although it seems on the weekend, occupancy level seems very strong, and that's really a good indicator, at least I think something that bodes very well for, existing properties and new properties too, including the Circa, of course. What do you think is the biggest risk, though, to meeting your projections at this time? Would you point back to the airport, or obviously with the pandemic that's looming right in our face right now, when the end of that's going to happen? But I just wanted to hear your thoughts on what you feel your biggest risk to meeting those projections might be.
Well, one of the reasons I have a little less concern with regards to opening Circa is the fact that we are not leveraged with regards to ballroom and meeting space, and not leveraged with hotel rooms. We feel very fortunate that this played out. Our ballroom and meeting space element is part of our phase 2 project of Circa. So that area is shelled out. So our business model is not dependent upon the large groups. Obviously, what we're seeing in the city is the fact that without the conventions, it's really hurt the weekday business. It's hurt the weekday business in every segment: slots, tables, beverage, and obviously hotel room occupancy. The fact that our project, we feel fortunate that we're not leveraged to the meeting space component or have that many hotel rooms that we need to fill. Again, Circa was always based upon these experiences and these wow moments of visitation. So from that perspective, I I think our particular project may be in better shape, and for that, like I said, we're maybe a little lucky on all that. I do agree with your point that weekend visitation continues to get stronger, and I think that is a great leading indicator, because what's going to bring Las Vegas back is the frequent independent traveler. It's going to be very difficult to bring back groups of large quantities, but it's the independent traveler that's visited Las Vegas, that's had those moments, that wants to come back to Las Vegas. And I think what we've seen from a trend perspective since the middle of July through last weekend, we continue to see significant growth in weekend business. And I think that's going to be the leading segment for Las Vegas going forward.
Okay, thank you for that. I didn't want to get into your personal side just yet, or the opening, but I do just want to comment that I appreciate the presentation that you guys gave at the beginning. I did have the opportunity to visit your property about 2 months ago. I know there's been significant development since that time, but I have been sort of monitoring it along the way. And so I appreciate the presentation that you gave, because it kind of brings it together from what I saw a couple of months ago.
Thank you for taking the tour. And I think, I have the good fortune of being able to do this every day. And every day I continue to be amazed at how we're progressing. And I think this is going to be great, obviously for us, but I think great for the country, because this has been such a unique year. I'll use this moment to tell the board I appreciate the opportunity for us to open, a portion of our hotel casino resort, 8 weeks in advance of our hotel tower. I think this is a good thing for the state, good thing for gaming, and without your prior approval, I wouldn't have been able to take this direction with our general contractor and such. So I completely view this as a great team effort.
No, it's been amazing to see too the development there. I haven't actually toured the property. I just sort of went by it on my regular visits to Las Vegas. So just watching the progress, and it seems you guys have been on track from the onset, from the time you first stuck some shovels in the ground to where you're at now. You seem to be right on track, and that's through all of this pandemic as well. So to your credit there.
Thank you.
And on the projections too, I will echo something you did mention, and looking through those did seem to be frankly conservative numbers, particularly in your ADRs as well. I didn't see anything as being aggressive out there from my perspective whatsoever.
Okay, Mr. Giordano, what's next on the agenda?
Well, I thought perhaps now, Chair Morgan, we could see if you had any questions concerning Derek Stevens' personal application, results of his investigation, his request for licensure as a manager of Circa Resort LLC, as reflected on the agenda.
Great. Well, I know we have Mr. Stevens' personal background information, and it was noted that Mr. Stevens, you've been licensed or found suitable by the Gaming Commission 9 times in the last 12 years. And so you have definitely been working and growing your company and have been before us a multitude of times. So I didn't have any personal questions. I didn't have any questions on my own about any of his personal background information. It seemed very clean and consistent as to what we've seen in the past, but I will check with the other board members and see if they had any questions with regard to his personal investigation.
I did see Member Johnson shaking his head, but I didn't have any questions on his personal side either. I wasn't sure how many times you had been licensed previously until I read the report, and it was quite emotional. But what I did want to hear is what you covered at the onset of this was the personal side, because I haven't had the pleasure of sitting here before you, hearing your story. Of course, I've read the materials that our investigators have put together. But what I wanted to hear was the personal side. How did you get to Vegas? You mentioned a couple of properties. And I must say, the first time I came to visit Vegas, because we're just a couple of guys here, both born in Wayne County, Michigan, moving out to the Great West. And the first time I came here was 1994 to interview for the Gaming Control Board. At that time, I was still in college. And the first property I went to was I think it was the Hilton at the time, but it was the Superbook. And it was exactly that sports book that just imprinted in my head that said, wow, this place is just amazing. The other place was the Stardust too. So those are the first 2 properties I ever visited in Las Vegas, at least as an adult. So I appreciate the story that you gave on the background there. But I didn't have anything to ask on your backgrounds. You're a known commodity to us. There was no issues that we uncovered. Very clean background. I would, if you could, just talk a bit about your involvement in the auto industry in Michigan, how you got started there and how you grew up in that industry.
Sure. I could tell you that I worked in the automotive industry, really the manufacturing industry. The company that myself and my brother own, we are an auto supplier. We make parts for cars. Our largest customers are Ford Motor Company, Daimler Chrysler, Nissan, General Motors, Toyota. And it's a business that I've had the good fortune of working in. That's where I spent most of my summers and my summer jobs. And then once I got through my undergrad, that's where I went to work full time. Over the years, my brother and I we accumulated shares from a number of shareholders, and at this point, my brother and I are the sole shareholders of our automotive manufacturing companies. We have 13 manufacturing plants in the Midwest, and the products we sell are not products that most people think about. But our main product line are wheel studs. That's the product that your lug nut screws onto, and we're probably the largest wheel stud supplier manufacturer in the country. We also make cylinder head bolts, connecting rod bolts, main bearing cap bolts, and we're a fastener supplier. Nobody talks about the products we make because they're not too much in the news unless something bad happens. But that's the product we make, and in good years we make we'll make over 1 billion fasteners a year. That's a business I grew up in. That's a business that I still love, and I'm still CEO of that business. Although I am personally based in Las Vegas, and I'm very fortunate that I have a great management team that we were all able to kind of grow up together in the Detroit area. So that's continued on. I came out here in 2006 just because as part of this business we had an investment portfolio, and I came out to Las Vegas. To move an investment portfolio without the income tax in Nevada, that was one of the attractions. But I'm really not a portfolio manager. I'm an operator. I love running businesses. I love building teams, and I love growing businesses. So it didn't take us very long before we decided we wanted to get into the gaming business. And then, like I said earlier, at the Golden Gate, I had the opportunity to get into hotel, beverage, food, slots, tables, and it really solidified me that I really love this city.
And the manufacturing that you do, that's in the Detroit area, right?
Detroit and Michigan and Indiana is where our plants are located.
Okay. And my father worked in the steel industry at Great Lakes down in Ecorse for 36 years. So I imagine some of that steel has made its way into your factories there.
Absolutely.
Anything else, Member Katsaros? All right. So, Mr. Stevens, you just mentioned that you still serve as CEO of that company, and that company's been in your family for quite some time, correct?
Yes, correct.
So, what
I became the chief executive officer of our manufacturing company in 1993, and I retained that title. I'm currently 75% owner of our manufacturing company, and my brother's 25% owner.
And so what percentage of your time do you dedicate for now Three Corners and Circa versus your manufacturing business?
I'm primarily all here in Las Vegas, so I love working. So if I can do 70 hours in Vegas and 20 hours in Detroit, I think that's a pretty good week.
Okay. Let's talk about some of your businesses now in Nevada. So it looks like you and your brother have a split of 78 and 22%, with you being 78 for most of your entities in Nevada. Is that correct?
Yes.
But there's one where it's solely, it's you alone. And which one is that?
Orange, might be Orange Church LLC.
Okay.
And that's a business where I'm 78% owner, and the 22% owners are my son and one of my daughters. We kind of did this a little bit for estate planning. It's because it was a business. It's just a real estate transaction. It's on the corner of 3rd Street and Bridger. The Golden Gate, and Circa utilize this as their HR building. So it's just a real estate business that I had the opportunity at my two youngest involved in an investment in Las Vegas.
Great. And what, your brother doesn't have any involvement in the operations of your companies, does he? Is he just an investor, or?
Oh no, my brother and I, we get along great. He's definitely active, but he spends most of his time in Detroit. My brother is actually a civil engineer, a designer. He's really the person that I rely upon on a lot of engineering related issues. My brother was the one that helped us create at Circo the first hotel casino where all the air will be coming up from the floor. It's a more efficient way of heating a building, more efficient way of cooling a building. It's also a way where air is always rising, which makes it a cleaner air environment for all the fresh air. My brother, we always joke when he's out here in Las Vegas, and he's out here, I'd say almost every other week. He's on the floor, but he prefers spending the time in the boiler room or on the roof, and I can never really find him, but he's more of an HVAC civil engineer guy.
All right. Let's talk about your executive team that you have now at Circa. So I know that you have 3 VPs of operations, Mike Palm, David Rossborough, and Jeff Victor. Are their responsibilities shared for all 3 properties, or are they assigned to different properties?
No, I have my management team. My top level management team manages all of our properties. So I could go through it quickly. You know, our chief operating officer, his name is Dave Tuttle. He's worked in the industry for his entire career. He is someone that was born and raised in Las Vegas. He was born not that far away from downtown. His father was in the gaming industry. He's our chief operating officer. Prior to joining with myself more than 10 years ago, Dave worked at the Golden Nugget for a while, and prior to that, he worked at Stations. Our chief financial officer, who you know, who spoke earlier today, Susan Hitch. Susan worked in my manufacturing company in Detroit. She moved out here, I believe, about 12 years ago. And she's our CFO of our team here in Las Vegas. And then I have 3 vice presidents of operations that are involved in all elements of operations. Jeff Victor, he's been with us now for about 6 years. He previously was the president of the Fremont Street Experience for 10 years prior to that. He's been very involved in the development of Circa, and he's directly responsible for our downtown Las Vegas Event Center. Mike Palm, he is vice president of operations. I came across Mike when we purchased Fitzgerald, so I met Mike in 2011. He's a Midwestern guy, grew up in Iowa, went to Notre Dame, and he's a guy that ran the poker room here at Fitzgerald's, and we've always kind of got a kick out of it because the first move I made at Fitzgerald's was closing the poker room. Mike and I have hit it off pretty well, and he's in charge of most of the gaming elements within our businesses. David Rossborough's a guy that he's our newest vice president a few years ago, and he came up through the food and beverage ranks. David is also a key designer in the development of Circa. Really, everyone on my team has been a key developer in Circa, but that's our management team.
So you mentioned the closure of the poker room. You're not going to have a poker room at Circa. I noticed that.
I have publicly been able to avoid answering that question, but in this forum, I must say that yes, we will not have a poker room.
Was there a reason why you were trying to avoid saying that? Are you just not sure yet, or?
Well, because on media, I get asked the question all the time, and I just say, well, it's under advisement. But no, we will not have a poker room. I believe that the Golden Nugget does a great job with poker downtown, and I think Wynn and Aria, they do a great job with poker, and I think we've allocated our spaces elsewhere.
Okay. You mentioned during the presentation, I just want to talk about the property a little bit, your race and sports book being 3 levels, obviously very large screens there. And I think, is it VSiN, the podcast and the other options that are available? Tell me about what your plans are for that area. And, do you plan on having broadcast events there or podcasts there? And will you be involved in that? And have you already started booking?
Yeah, so in our television studio, which is what we're calling the VSiN studio, it's a full television studio. It's on the first floor. The backdrop of the studio is the odds board in the sports book, and then you oversee the entire crowd that'll be inside the sports book. With VSiN, we will have at least a minimum of 50 hours of live programming that goes out obviously on their streaming sites, but also on cable television, on New England Sports Network, on Madison Square Garden Network. VSiN just signed a deal in Chicago for Marquee Network and has signed a deal with Rogers Communications, which will highlight Circa and will highlight Las Vegas, like I said, with 50 hours of live programming a week out of that studio. On the second floor, we have an area that we are going to utilize for sports podcasters, for sports shows. For example, we've had the morning show and the afternoon show of the #1 sports show in Detroit come out every year to the D for the last 5 years. This will be their location. It's large enough that we'll be able to have three morning shows or 3 shows going on simultaneously from the radio and podcast booth, which is on the second floor. And our goal is to get every major morning show, every major sports drive time show to be able to spend a week or so out of their year doing their show live from the sports book. So we think this will be a great way to communicate our product and communicate Las Vegas.
All right. Thank you. Talk to me about hiring. I see that you have had a couple of hiring fairs, and obviously, which is really good for our economy right now, considering we're still kind of struggling with unemployment. How many people do you plan on hiring, and where do you plan on having them, some D employees and Golden Gate employees relocate to Circa? But what's your plan there?
We are going to have some employees from the D and some employees from the Golden Gate move to Circa. But it won't be that many. We'll have some really in every department, predominantly because it's important that we need to be able to carry over some cultural elements of what we've done. So there will be transfer opportunities for our current employees. The overall employment level that we expect to hire will be 1,500. That doesn't include the restaurants because our restaurants are outsourced. But our intention would be that we would have about 1,500 employees. We've currently hired, on the last report that I saw, we're up to about 900 that have been hired already. And right in the hallway next to me, we've got hiring events going on right now. So we'll get up to the 1,500 by the time the hotel opens. By the time we open in October, I would expect that number to be around 1,100 by the time we open October 28th.
Okay, let's talk about that kind of staggered opening a little bit. Included in the report, and I just wanted to make sure that board members had an opportunity to ask you about this and how this kind of came to light. We communicated sometime in April after there were, unfortunately, the closure of the gaming industry in March, and the allowance of construction to continue, but obviously with under strict guidelines, social distancing, obviously limiting certain people to an elevator. Because of that, if you wouldn't mind sharing, I don't know if you want to do that, Mr. Stevens, or maybe Mr. Giordano or Ms. Sloan, to talk about some of the restrictions you had to complete the upper floors of Circa, and because of the inability to maybe keep on that construction schedule because of the COVID restrictions that were taking place, you wanted to kind of reallocate those resources to the casino floor.
Yeah, I can jump on that one. Originally in the construction plan, the construction elevators held a number of 20 construction workers for a lift up to the tower. And, by the time you get to the top of the tower, the construction elevators they're not fast. It was 2 minutes and 35 seconds one way. And when we first started the project, we had always intended upon having, all the floors full as the work moved up the tower. Well, to accelerate to where we went to, it went to 10, then to 8, then down to a total of 4 people maximum on an elevator. Now, on a given floor, there may only be 20 individuals working, and there's so much space, no one's near each other, but we just didn't have the capability of getting everyone up to the floor where they were working on. So with in conjunction with our project manager, which is Trey Builders, and our general contractor, McCarthy, they provided us an idea of saying, hey, we can accelerate the work on the podium on the first 5 floors. So the 3-story sports book, the 2 stories of the casino, Garage Mahal, all the restaurants, the retail, and Stadium Swim, and we could potentially get this done earlier. We would like to do that because we are concerned that we're going to have to lay off all of the construction workers or a majority of the construction workers, and we don't know if we're going to be able to get them back. So it was at that point in time that I reached out to you and asked if we would be able to be granted a waiver where we could open the casino and these other areas that I mentioned earlier. And I understand you need to have 200 hotel rooms to open a non-restricted resort casino. And we asked for a waiver to be able to open up 8 weeks earlier. And what that did was I kind of thought that this was going to be a win-win all around. It was going to be good for the state. It was going to be good for gaming. It would be good for our project. It was very good for employment to keep everyone gainfully and safely employed. And it was something that it's not as if we were trying to avoid building the hotel. And that's why I had no problems committing that we would open the hotel by the end of the year, which is something we were required to do in our loan agreement anyways. So again, your approval of this new split opening in a crazy year like 2020 is greatly appreciated, and that's where I mentioned earlier that I really thought that this was a great team effort, and for that I'd like to thank the board.
Well, yeah, and thank you, Mr. Stevens. I'm glad that you did approach us because I was going to hand it over to Mr. Somps a little bit just to comment on that, because you obviously proposed a soft opening, including the casino floor and sports book and a potential pool venue. But because of the parcels that you mentioned you were allocating, a couple of those included some grandfathered parcels, including the Las Vegas Club. So, Mr. Somps, would you mind kind of chiming in on how the board would be able to allow this split opening based on the grandfather status of some of the parcels that Mr. Stevens acquired?
Sure, Chair Morgan. My office reviewed the parcels associated with this project and concluded that I think actually 2 of the parcels are grandfathered, and so therefore the resort hotel requirements aren't necessarily applicable.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Somps. All right. Any questions from either board members about Circa? And I do want to talk about the race and sports book operation at Tuscany and some of the operations in other states, but any questions about the operations at Circa, Golden Gate, or D?
I think I do have a follow-up about the discussion on the team that will be in place, Mr. Stevens. A number of those persons have been with you for a number of years, which is good. And I just wanted to understand that this existing team will essentially have its portfolio of responsibilities expanded to take on Circa. Is that because you anticipated this? I know this has been on the board for you for a number of years. I remember talking to you about it several years ago, but was that the plan, that you would gradually accrue the talent in this team that you have so that they would be positioned to absorb this set of responsibilities? Or is there in addition a plan to add more leadership members to this team as well to take on this new set of project, as well as what you've got planned with Tuscany?
No, I'm like I mentioned earlier, I'm a big fan of growing teams. So we talked about our officer team, and similar to when we had the Golden Gate, we assumed responsibility at the Golden Gate and the D. And now we'll go to our third gaming property. It's not just our officers when I say our team. We have about 40 directors. So our director of table games, who currently oversees the table games at the Golden Gate and the D, will have oversight of the table games operations at Circa. She has had a very integral role in the design of the table games areas within Circa. When we talk about our slot department, our director of slots, assistant director of slots, oversees the slots at both properties currently, and will oversee the slots at 3 once we open. So all of our directors as well are expanding their roles and responsibilities. And what it does is it gives us all ability to grow together. It gives us more responsibility, and when you have more responsibility, it allows us to grow incomes and such, and allows them to grow their teams. So my intention was always to have our management team grow in this together. There was a couple of specific areas where we felt we needed to bring in a couple of new directors, one of which is a director that's in charge of our stadium swim, because this is a different product than what we've had before. And out of our 40 directors, we brought in an additional director of engineering and facilities and maintenance to go along with one of our other directors, predominantly due to the fact that there's so much technology from an HVAC system, from a cooling system perspective at Circa, that we felt we needed to add there. But that's the extent. Everyone else that will be managing Circa is a group that basically I've been able to grow up with here.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Giordano, do you want to tell us about, or Mr. Stevens, whomever, want to tell us about your plans and the agreement that you've entered into with the Tuscany?
Sure. As you know, there are applications on the agenda for Golden Gate, through its sort of brand Circa Sports, to operate the racebook and sports pool at the Tuscany Suites and Casino here in Las Vegas as a satellite racebook and sports pool. And basically, that the proposal we proposed to that those operations would commence sometime later into 2021. Certainly, hopefully before March Madness. Keep our fingers crossed there will be a March Madness in 2021. But that was the intent there. The racebook there is currently operated by William Hill, but their agreement expires later in early 2021. And so we'll be happy to answer any questions you might have, Chair Morgan, and the rest of the board members, concerning those applications. But as you referred to, there has been an executed lease agreement between Tuscany and Golden Gate for those operations there at the Tuscany.
And that sports book then at the Tuscany it looks like it's around 600 square feet, and it'll be a Circa branded sports book as well.
Yes, that's correct. It'll have a similarity in the look of the sports book that's inside the D. It'll be Circa branded, and we plan on doing a renovation project inside of Tuscany for a period of 3 to 4 weeks prior to opening the Circa book at Tuscany.
And let's see. Is it Mr. Metcalf, Mr. Fiato, and Mr. Dini? They'll be responsible for those operations there as well?
Mr. Metcalf's our director of sports. The Tuscany would be under his direction. Mr. Fiato and Mr. Dini are our director of security and director of marketing. So they will have input as well. But on a daily operations basis, it'll be run through our sports division, which is run by Mr. Metcalf.
Okay. And the employees there will be your employees as well?
Yes.
I had a couple of questions about your compliance plan and your audit committee. So I don't know if that would be for Mr. Giordano, Ms. Sloan, maybe. Your compliance committee consists of people from multiple departments within your company. Is that accurate?
Yes, Chair Morgan, good morning.
Good morning.
And Member Johnson and Member Katsouris, Mr. Secretary, Dorian Sloan, Chief Compliance Officer for our companies. Our compliance committee, our chair is Ms. Fitch, who met earlier today as our Chief Financial Officer. She's our chair. Then we have an outside independent member who is Lawrence Simon. He is a shareholder of Doran Mayhew. And then we have Michael Lambrick, who is our operations controller. They have been our committee. We had a committee for 3 years, and they've been our committee for the last 2 years, September 2018.
Okay. And you serve as the BSA and AML officer for all 3 properties. Is that?
I do. I
Okay.
do, Chair Morgan.
And who serves on your audit committee?
We don't have an audit committee.
Do you have an AML committee?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Who
And
serves on?
on the AML committee, our chairman is Mr. Tuttle, our chief operating officer, and then the officers that Mr. Stevens has mentioned are all form of the committee, as well as then we have department representatives that are on the committee. So our Department of Race and Sportsbook, our Department of Slots, our Director of Slots, I should say, our Director of Table Games, our Director of Cage Operations, our Director of Credit, and I'm sure I'm missing 1 or 2, but it is we meet monthly when there are matters to discuss.
Okay.
And then we have the audit manager, Ms. Eckler, assists me in the filings of the necessary reports.
Okay. Has the I know that you're expanding sports betting operations in other states. Is it just Colorado for now, or are there other ones as well?
Currently, we have operations, a mobile operation, app operation in Colorado. That's correct. We launched July 1st of this year.
Okay, and how is that going?
I'll let Mr. Stevens.
I'm glad we launched. We launched with the new product, the new IGT product, and it took us a few weeks to kind of get some of the kinks out. But I think we're ready to go, and we're excited about tomorrow with the opening of football season. So I'm very pleased with the way things have started in a manner that I think it's a lot better than if we were just starting this week. We've had some learning curve issues with regards to reporting. When I'm talking about internal reporting, managing the lines, managing the numbers. But overall, I would say we've gone down the learning curve at an appropriate pace. So overall, I'm pleased with what's happening in Colorado.
So are those comments just specific to Colorado, or are you having those similar learning curve in Nevada as well?
No, not Nevada. Not Nevada at all. We launched Colorado with a different operating system. We launched it with IGT. We use Stadium in Nevada. We thought IGT would be more appropriate for Colorado. So there's been some integration with their new version that we launched in Colorado with some of the payment processors, and we held back on doing any significant marketing in Colorado really until this week. So I'm very comfortable with where we stand in Colorado. Hold percentages have been fine, and our guys running the reports. There's just there's a familiarity in setting the lines, and as bets come in, how they manage it appropriately out of the risk room. So no, there's no problems in Colorado. We're just excited about football season getting going.
Is your executive team that you identified earlier, or your management team, are they involved in that Colorado launch as well, or is that handled by a different team?
No, we're all involved, but specifically it'd be myself and Mike Palm would be the two that work with Mr. Metcalf predominantly.
All right, gentlemen, any questions on Tuscany, Colorado operations, or some of the compliance discussions?
I did. Just sticking with the sportsbook operations then. So is it correct that Tuscany is the first one in Nevada for your satellite outside of, say, the Golden Gate, the D, and Circa?
Yes, Tuscany would be our first sportsbook site outside of one of our properties, correct.
Should we anticipate to see some others coming soon?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I did want to, well, I guess on that point, if I'm wagering via your sportsbook app or via Tuscany, will I, as a player, do I earn points or rewards for use towards presumably your player club for the other 3 properties that you operate?
Yes, because it'll be the Circa app. So everything that you would earn, whether you make a wager across the counter at the Golden Gate or at Circa or on the Circa app, it'll all be treated the same. So in that same manner, if someone makes a wager at Tuscany or opens an account and funds the account at Tuscany, it'll be all in the Circa app. So that would be the same for any customer.
And is that accurate to state that between, just going back to the Circa property now, between Circa, Golden Gate, and the D, it's going to be a 1-player club card?
That's correct. It's Club One, right? Correct.
And then I did want to ask, in terms of size and scope, if we parallel the Circa, because we're looking at over 1,500 slots there, 50 tables. What's if we compare that to the D and Golden Gate, just so I can have a better understanding of scope for the gaming floor?
Yeah, very unique that we plan on opening Circa with 1,300 and as of right now 1,354 slot machines, and between the D and the Golden Gate we have about 1,350 slot machines. Sometimes there's a little bit of variance if we decide to bring in one of the jumbo machines that's double size or triple size, but for all intents and purposes, the number of machines at Circa is equal to the machines at the D and the Golden Gate. And in a similar manner, it's about the same ratio with tables.
I've got to imagine, your competitors down there in downtown. And let me just say, I mean, what you guys have done down there has been nothing short of amazing. Over the past 10 years, if I go back sort of prior to that, I don't think I would have been recalling when I had out-of-towners visiting, suggesting, hey, let's go downtown. That switch has completely flipped over the past decade, where it's on the front of their minds. If they're not already staying there, they're suggesting, hey, we got to spend a night or two downtown. And with what you're building here, I can imagine there's always the risk, there's always going to be a certain amount of cannibalization. But what you've built, I think what you're discussing and taking some cues from your dad to make it bigger is you're growing that pie. So I imagine the competitors that you have down there that's really helped build up the Fremont corridor, they're cautiously optimistic that pie is going to grow as well for them, and they're going to be benefactors too, I'm guessing. But
yeah, I've had opportunity. I mean, I'm fortunate that, the casinos downtown, you could say we're competitors, but we can also say we're friendly competitors, but legally we're actually partners in a lot of ways with the Fremont Street Experience. So you could take Tillman Fertitta as an example. He sent me a text saying, "Hey, I want to meet with you." And I went through the whole project with them. And, I told them, I said, I think our project, it will be accretive to the Golden Nugget Las Vegas. I've done the same thing with Jonathan Jossel and Poyu from Tamaris at the Plaza, and went through their scenario. Did the same thing with Terry Caudle, Tim Lager at Binion's Four Queens, and went through that. Same thing with Steve Thompson and Boyd Gaming. And I believe that for each of these properties, I believe Circa will be accretive to their revenue and to their EBITDA downtown. Again, we downtown, it's kind of unique because we meet every Tuesday. We all get along together very, very well, and it's a pretty enjoyable group that I get to meet with. And really, I'm really not trying to build Circa so I can go after a little bit of a Hawaiian market at the Cal or a Texas market from the Golden Nugget. That's not it. We're really all in this together. Let's just bring people downtown to Fremont Street. We know the statistics for the last 20 years that have come from the LVCVA all indicate that everyone that visits downtown visits 3.5 casinos. So our goal is just let's get people downtown and then let them find their way. So I think everybody's I guess you could say maybe cautiously optimistic, but I think there's a lot more on the optimistic side than being worried.
Thank you.
Member Katsaros, I've been representing a lot of clients downtown for many years, and the one thing I've consistently heard is that they all wish they had more hotel rooms downtown to provide more bodies. And I think that's one thing that Circa is doing, one thing that the Grand is doing as well. But I think everyone downtown welcomes more hotel rooms, as Derek was saying, to bring more people downtown, not just for a 3.5 casino visit, but also stay downtown. And the more hotel rooms available certainly contributes to that.
Yeah, it's there's more than just a buzz about downtown, and that's pre-Circa, and I can see it. You can see it in the numbers. You can just feel it anecdotally with all the visitors that we have in Nevada, and it's definitely something that's going to be very welcome because you guys have really breathed life into an area that was lagging for some time, and I think with Circa opening, presumably so, I just see it as you're giving a rebirth now, as opposed to just breathing life into it.
Any other questions?
I did want to talk about the conditions, but I don't know if
that's where I was going to go next if there were no other questions. So, Mr. Giordano, I'm assuming that you've had a chance to talk about the proposed conditions with our investigations division.
Yes, Chair Morgan. Both Dorian Sloan and I have had a number of discussions with your staff concerning those, and particularly the one condition is with respect, I think, to a compliance committee thing, and that is, of course, obviously, for the record, we're furnished with our permanent presentation of the applications. The remaining applications concerning the modification conditions on the licenses of Golden Gate and D-Rock are specifically directed to any discussion we now have with you concerning conditions on the approval for Circa and its licensure. So we're happy to continue on with those discussions. But yes, we have had discussions with staff concerning those conditions.
Do you have a concern with having a compliance plan for Three Corners LLC that would address all three conditions? Because it's my understanding, just for the record, that you currently have separate plans that are mainly focused on audit issues right now, but there are two separate plans which require two separate committees and two separate reports. Is that correct?
Yes, and basically, we're not so opposed to the compliance committee. We're hoping that we could dispense with the condition requiring the compliance committee. We're certainly happy to voluntarily have a standard compliance committee at the Three Corners level over all three properties. But if the board, wishes to recommend the commission the requirement of a compliance committee condition with respect to a general standard compliance committee for all three properties, that's okay. But we prefer that we allow like some of the other privately held companies to have compliance committees to do that voluntarily as opposed pursuant to a mandatory condition. That's the first point there. then we could go on from there with respect to if there is a condition regarding compliance committee, then you're correct. It's very awkward to have, two different plans or two different committees and so forth. So the point would be if the board recommends a condition of a compliance committee to the commission, that we would then request that the board also recommend the removal of the current conditions on the license of the Golden Gate for a more audit functioning compliance committee requirements, that then there's just one compliance committee condition for all three properties at the Three Corners level of the standard variety, the standard type of a compliance committee plan.
Well, thank you for that. And obviously those options were outlined in our investigative report, and I would be supportive of having a condition for a more traditional compliance committee that would include all three properties, that you could have one compliance committee address those issues. And obviously as things progress, you're growing quickly, which is a good thing. But with that, I think we do have other privately held licensees that do have compliance committees. I personally think that's a good thing. I think it shows the fact that we are encouraging our licensees to be very diligent when looking at their vendors and other agreements, and ensuring that, especially when you're expanding in other jurisdictions, that you have a second set of eyes that's kind of confirming everything. So I don't necessarily see this as a negative. If anything, I want these types of committees, compliance committees and other privately held companies to actually grow. So I would be in support of removing the existing conditions that are tied to the D and Golden Gate and having one compliance committee for Three Corners LLC, but would be happy to have more of a discussion about that with the other board members.
Mr. Giordano, I just wanted to confirm, and perhaps other members of the team there, you have had a chance to review what I understand to be revised recommended conditions that have been brought forth by staff concerning Three Corners LLC and a compliance program?
Yes, Dorian Sloan and I myself have reviewed those with staff. Yes, Member Johnson.
Okay. And I would concur. I think the revised condition would appear reasonable, and along with removing the conditions that were previously placed at the two locations, the D and the Golden Gate.
Any other comments or on that?
I didn't have any other comments, but if we were going to do a compliance plan, a traditional one, yeah, clearly it would seem reasonable. And in fact, we necessarily need to remove the existing conditions, I think, just because I don't think having the two makes any sense, frankly.
All right, I don't think there are any other items. I think you've adequately covered kind of all the pending applications. Mr. Giordano, Mr. Stevens, did you have any closing comments?
I do not myself, but Derek, do you have any closing comments?
My closing comments simply come down to this: is that I appreciate working with the Nevada Gaming Control Board, with the benchmark in the gaming industry, and we're excited about this project for all parties we mentioned. So thank you for all your help and guidance.
All right, thank you, Mr. Stevens, and best of luck to you on this project. And with that, I will entertain a motion.
Okay, this is, let's see. Yeah. So just before I make the motion, Senior Deg Somps, we do have I think it would be appropriate then that we first deal with the withdrawal request, because if I'm not mistaken, we do have a request with regard to the removing. Well, we'd be removing the condition, correct?
Yeah.
So there is no withdrawal here then, right?
There is no withdrawal, Member Katsaros.
Okay, understood. So with that, Chair Morgan, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Supervisor Ferrato, conditioned as follows: that the existing condition concerning the joint gaming compliance program for the D and Golden Gate and the existing condition requiring a $25,000 revolving fund in connection with the aforementioned joint compliance program both be removed, and that the following license conditions be added as follows. Three Corners LLC shall, within 90 days following the date of the September 2020 commission meeting, establish and maintain a gaming compliance program for the purpose of, at a minimum, performing due diligence, determining the suitability of relationships with other entities and individuals, and to review and ensure compliance by Three Corners LLC and its subsidiaries and any affiliated entities with the Nevada Gaming Control Act as amended, the commission's regulations as amended, and the laws and regulations of any other jurisdiction in which Three Corners LLC, its subsidiaries, and any affiliated entities operate. The gaming compliance program and any amendments thereto shall be administratively reviewed and approved by the chair of the board or the chair's designee and the members of the compliance committee. One such member who shall be independent and knowledgeable of the act and the regulations shall be administratively acknowledged by the chair of the board or the chair's designee. Three Corners LLC shall amend the gaming compliance program or any element thereof and perform such duties as may be assigned by the chair of the board or the chair's designee to a review of activities relevant to the continuing qualifications of Three Corners LLC under the provisions of the act and the regulations. Three Corners LLC shall fund and maintain with the board a revolving fund in the total amount of $25,000 for the purposes of funding investigative reviews by the board without limiting the foregoing. The board shall have the right without notice to draw upon these funds to pay costs and expenses incurred by the board and its staff in the surveillance, monitoring, and investigation of all activities of Three Corners LLC and its subsidiaries and affiliated companies. As it concerns the Circa Resort, prior to the commencement of Keno operations, an adequate written internal control system that documents compliance with the minimum internal control standards must be reviewed by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Audit Division pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 6090. Prior to the commencement of race and sports and pari-mutuel wagering pool operations, an executed reserve agreement must be received and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Audit Division pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 5.225 and 22.040. The surveillance and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. The manufacturer's license is limited to the modification of machines that are or have been utilized in the operations of the licensed location or its affiliated companies, and that any such modification shall be limited to operational configuration changes such as replacement of one pre-approved component with another pre-approved component or modifications that will not affect the manner or mode of play of the device. The distributor's license is limited to the acquisition of machines to be utilized in or the distribution of machines which have been utilized in the operations of the licensed location or its affiliated companies. As it concerns the race and sportsbook at Circa Resort, the surveillance system must be installed, inspected, and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. And as it concerns the race and sportsbook at the Tuscany, the licensee must comply with Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 6090 as it relates to the submission of an adequate internal control system in compliance with the minimum internal control standards for a computerized race and sports pool. And finally, prior to the commencement of race and sports and or pari-mutuel wagering pool operations, an executed reserve agreement must be received and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Audit Division pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 5.225 and 22.040.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chairwoman Morgan?
Aye.
If I may, Chair Morgan, this is
Yes.
Dorian Sloan. I wanted to thank the various agents that worked on our matters. It was a pleasure to work with them. David Mueller, Special Agent Investigations, Micah Tibi, as agent in investigations, and Eric Bartholom is a senior agent in investigations. So thank you very much.
And I'd like to reiterate what Ms. Sloan had just said. Thank you to everyone that worked on this project, and I do truly appreciate the help that you've provided. And well, we look forward to our countdown here. So thank you very much for the vote of approval.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So much.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ferrato, let's read a non-restricted item number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Caesars Entertainment, Inc. for an amendment to their order of registration.
And Mr. Giordano, are you on this item as well?
I am as well, Chair Morgan, but I think
there
my
anyone
partner,
else?
A.G. Burnett,
Okay.
A.G. Burnett is also, that he's taken the lead on this application presentation before you here this morning, I believe.
All right, let's make sure he has an opportunity to appear. There he is.
Okay, now I think I'm on.
All right, good morning, Mr. Burnett.
Sorry about that. It took a second. Yeah. Member Johnson, Member Katsaros, and let me see if I can get this right. Supervisor and now acting secretary, Mr. Ferrato. Madam Chair, before you is an application to amend Caesars Entertainment order of registration. I have a very brief affirmative presentation, and then Mr. Giordano and I are happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, Mr. Burnett, you're going in and out a little bit.
Okay, I'll get close to the mic.
That's better. That's better. Okay, thank you.
Sorry about
I didn't know, see, did you say you did not have an affirmative presentation and you're just here to answer any questions that we may have?
No, I apologize. I must be having some Wi-Fi issues. No, I do have a very brief affirmative presentation. And then after that, Mr. Giordano and I are happy to answer any questions. And if you can't hear me or I cut out, please let me know. Before you is an application to amend Caesars Entertainment's current 8th revised order of registration, converting it over into a 9th revised order of registration. It's quite simply to make various amendments on the current order to reflect some changes, including name changes from El Dorado Resorts, Inc. over to Caesars Entertainment, and various corporate holding company name changes, as well as a change in the collateral agent related to various pledges for the company's credit agreement and senior secured notes, moving it over from Credit Suisse to US Bank, who will now act in that capacity. In addition, Madam Chair and members of the board, there are changes that reflect the fact that the fully executed credit agreement has now been provided to the board from the transaction, along with the change in the company's revolving account amount, reflecting an increase in that account. As mentioned earlier, we're happy to answer any questions on specifics that you may have.
All right, thank you for that overview, Mr. Burnett. So just to confirm, the fact that Credit Suisse is no longer able to serve as collateral agent didn't have any, wasn't related to any concerns about Caesar's ability to repay or fulfill its credit obligations. It was just, well, what was the reason why they were no longer able to serve as collateral agent?
Sure, Madam Chair. It happened sort of late in the game during the final stages of the merger transaction. And the company was basically notified that Credit Suisse was, quote, unable to serve as in the capacity of collateral agent. Some of my information indicates they may no longer be in the business of doing such things. And there was certainly no indication or intimation that it had anything to do with the transaction or the finances of the company. It doesn't appear to be any risk issue that was involved with that, simply that their systems wouldn't allow for being a collateral agent any longer. And virtually on the same day that Credit Suisse made notification of that fact, US Bank stepped up and agreed to take on the role. In addition, when Credit Suisse notified the company of its intent, there was a 30-day notification period, and also Credit Suisse agreed to act in its current capacity as collateral agent until such time as the current approvals today could be obtained. So once these approvals theoretically are attained by the board and commission, Credit Suisse will step off, US Bank will step in.
All right, thank you for that, Mr. Burnett. Any questions for Mr. Burnett on this item?
No.
All right. Did you have any closing comments, Mr. Burnett?
My only closing comments are we have been working on the 9th revised order, have been chatting with Supervisor Teggio and Special Agent Mueller, both of whom we would like to thank for their hard work. And we are in agreement with those changes and ready to move forward.
All right, thank you for confirming your review of that 9th revised order. I will entertain a motion for approval.
Chair Morgan, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Acting Secretary Ferraro, and that is pursuant to draft number 1 of the 9th revised order of registration.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chairwoman Morgan?
Aye. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Let's take a brief 5-minute recess before non-restricted item number 4. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good.
Is there any possibility that we can, I think we're up next, that we can get our camera view available?
Yes, once your item is called, I will promote you.
Okay.
And then the camera will be turned on at that point.
Who are we talking to?
This is Jared Langendorf. I'm with the Gaming Control Board IT. So
Okay.
yeah, is this everyone for the Wynn Resorts item?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you guys will get promoted once the item gets read into the record.
Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, yeah,
Awesome.
I can hear you guys fine.
All right, good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I know. We will be live in 5. Hold on. Slow progress bar.
Start at 10.
Okay, we're alive.
All right, let's go back on the record. And Mr. Ferraro, if you could please read in non-restricted item number 4.
Unrestricted number 4 is the application of Elaine Pascal Wynn for a finding of suitability as beneficial owner of Wynn Resorts Limited.
Great, thank you. We're going to give some time to allow the applicant and her counsel to join us. All right, good morning, Ms. Wynn.
Good morning, Chair Morgan. Can you see us?
I can see you, and I believe I can see Mr. Ferrario. Is anyone else there with you?
Mr. Alonso is here with me as well.
I can, there, now I can see Mr.
There we
Alonso.
are.
All right, good morning.
Good morning. Well, we're quite a distance from live and in person full face, but In any case, good morning, Chairwoman Morgan, Member Johnson, Member Katsaros. For the record, I am Elaine Nguyen. I wish that we were all meeting in person, but obviously we are not. It has been about a year and a half since I have appeared before a regulatory environment. And I'm happy to say since then, all has been moving forward in the most positive way. As you all know, I am not a director of the company, nor am I involved in any way with management. I do have a significant investment and I am a substantial shareholder in the company, but it is a company that I have great affection for. And I love it because of my history, because of my gratitude to the employees, because of my pride in it being the standard bearer for the industry, and because of my belief in its future. And also, I kind of like the name, so I do have an affection for it. As most of you know, I am now spending the majority of my time involved with educational activities. I'm also involved in several nonprofit organizations, which I am committed to and which I have leadership roles. I'm also overseeing my family foundation. And during this period of pandemic, we have all been very challenged with lots of activities. I have done preparation for today, and I am certainly willing and able to answer all questions. It has been some time, but I have my able attorneys here with me in case there are any issues that require more specificity that I am unable to provide. I just want to say I have always been grateful to have the opportunity to be involved in gaming in Nevada. I consider it a privilege, and I always have. And so I am here ready for you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nguyen. Mr. Alonso, I didn't know if you had any comments or an affirmative presentation on this application.
Good morning, Chairman Morgan, Member Johnson, Member Katsaros, and Supervisor Ferrado. For the record, I'm Michael Alonso. I'm here as gaming counsel to Elaine Nguyen. I was going to go through introductions, but Elaine beat me to it. Yeah. And so I will introduce Mark Ferrario, who is also legal counsel to Elaine. And I would like to take a moment before we get started on any questions and recognize your staff. Specifically, we would like to recognize Senior Agent Joanne Chamberlain and thank her for the great work and all of her professionalism during this process. With that, I don't have an affirmative presentation. Elaine short-circuited it, and so I'm going to open this up to questions.
All right. Well, Ms. Nguyen, in your opening comments, you did hit on a couple of things that I wanted to inquire about. I know you have not been a director since of Wynn Resorts since 2015. Is that correct?
That's correct.
For the record. And I believe you own about 8.84% of the company's outstanding common shares as of today.
That is correct.
Okay. And this application, you initially filed an application for a finding of suitability as a director and shareholder in 2010 when you were a director of Wynn Resorts. But on July 17th, I believe of 2019, that was amended to request a finding of suitability as shareholder and controlling shareholder since you're no longer on the board. We had some questions, and your application was triggered due to some questions about your influence related to a proxy fight, at least for me, in 2018 involving Mr. Satry. So would you mind sharing me the circumstances behind the cooperation agreement that was entered into between yourself and Wynn Resorts?
Yes.
And it can be you or your counsel.
Well, how would you like to do this? I'm prepared to just give a brief overview, and then if they want to furnish more details, they can.
Okay.
But if you will recall, by reviewing the materials, my shares were involved in a shareholders agreement for a long period of time, and I was unable to exercise any authority over those shares until such time as some dramatic changes took place. When those changes took place, it was clear to me that I was now in a position to exercise some influence, and I was rather concerned about the future of the company, its reputation, and its ability to move forward, especially in new gaming jurisdictions. I was aware that there were some remnants in the company, particularly as it related to governance, that I felt needed to be changed. And so I realized there were only a few options open to me. At that time, one of what I referred to as a legacy director was being advanced for re-election. And I decided to make that an occasion for which I could object on the grounds that I felt the entire company needed to be reconsidered in terms of its management at the corporate level. During that time, I also realized that because we were going to be going through a very strenuous regulatory environment, that the company needed to have a better face, a better leadership personality. And so I was most fortunate to be able to reach out to Mr. Satry, who has been a long admired and well-respected and well-regarded leader in our industry, who has vast experience, be above reproach, extraordinary integrity. He and I were merely acquaintances. We had no friendship or no long-standing relationship other than my appreciation for him from afar. Fortunately, Mr. Satry identified with what I was trying to accomplish, and he was willing to allow me to propose that he be introduced to this board with the attempt to reorganize it and deal with all of the challenges that were coming forward in the regulatory environment and elsewhere. And we were able to effectuate that change.
Okay. And that agreement was entered into almost a little over 2 years ago now.
That is correct.
And based on that agreement now, you are somehow restricted into how you communicate any concerns with Roman Resorts to a handful of executives. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And who do you communicate concerns with about the company? Who do you normally talk to if you do have a concern?
Primarily, I have interaction with Mr. Satry and with the CFO of the company, occasionally some of the presidents, but for the most part, it is Mr. Satry.
And this agreement actually could expire either for when Mr. Satry departures on his own or when his term expires, which is currently at the 2021 annual shareholders meeting. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And so I know you can't determine when that agreement would end because some of it is obviously in Mr. Satry's control, but what do you foresee happening when and if he does leave?
Well, I think we all wish we could have crystal balls right now to determine what's going to happen tomorrow in all of our lives. Unfortunately, that's not the case. I am very pleased and satisfied with Mr. Satry's leadership. It would be my hope that he would continue on indefinitely, but if there were a change to take place, I would have to consider it at that time.
Okay. And do you foresee yourself wanting to be back involved with the board again, wanting to be involved in operations or management at any point in time?
No, I do not. I have lots of activities now that I prefer to be engaged in, and I've continually expressed that sentiment.
Well, the application before us, as I mentioned, is for as a beneficial owner and controlling shareholder. So with regard to that line of questioning, does either board member have any questions for Ms. Quinn? No? All right.
I do, Chair Morgan.
Okay.
Sorry, just a couple of follow-ups. So thank you for your appearance here today, Mrs. Nguyen. I appreciate you being here again. I echo your comments with regard to, it's unfortunate that we have to do this via remotely, but such is life at the moment. I did want to just touch a bit more on what Chair Morgan was discussing here a moment. But if we could back up first, the origination of the cooperation agreement, can you talk to me about how that actually came about originally?
Can you be a bit more specific in what you're requesting?
So the cooperation agreement that you have right now, that was entered into at what time?
What are the dates?
It was entered into in 2018, if I can, Member Katsaros. As Elaine explained, she was in the involved with her counsel and in the proxy battle over the reelection of one of the legacy directors. Through the course of that process, there were discussions between Elaine and the company, and the issue came up of, a settlement agreement whereby the company would install Mr. Satry as the chair, and in exchange for the restrictions you see in the cooperation agreement. I mean, that's essentially how that happened. And ultimately, and the cooperation agreement is very detailed. The company agreed to elect Mr. Satry as vice chair for a short period of time. The existing chair at the time agreed that he would retire and Mr. Satry would become the chair. And I believe that was by the end of 2018. It actually happened earlier than is set forth in the cooperation agreement, but that was between Mr. Satry and the board.
So Ms. Nguyen, was this then your suggestion that we'll enter in a cooperation agreement as long as Mr. Satry or somebody could be appointed to that position on the board? This was your suggestion originally?
It was Elaine's suggestion that the board elect Mr. Satry as the chair. The company then came back with the outline of a cooperation agreement as part of that negotiation, and ultimately the parties entered into that agreement.
That's what I was looking for. So the origins of that was you suggested this, they said, okay, we will agree to that as long as we have these conditions in place with the cooperation agreement. You did mention that you had some concerns with the health and the future of the company at that time. And so with the installment of Mr. Satry, the appointment to the board, that then alleviated your concerns?
Yes,
And do you still have those concerns at this time?
I do not.
And then following up on what Chair Morgan was just discussing, I know nobody has a crystal ball, but at this point, if Mr. Satry were to step down, what would you envision your role as being? Would it change in any sort of dramatic effect, or would you still envision being in the position that you are now, where you have a sort of limited contact with the company?
Right now, I am like any other major shareholder. It is an investment.
Understood. So what you'd be saying is that you wouldn't envision that changing at this time?
I cannot speak to it because I don't know what the circumstances surrounding all that would be.
Well, the circumstances as it stands right now is Mr. Satry, of course, is the chair of the board. And if he were to then step down, you haven't envisioned what that might look like in your eyes, because we're only just over a year away or what have you from that potential happening just through the expiration of his term. So you haven't pondered that?
Without understanding more details about who might take his place, any other changes of governance in the company level, a direction in which the company is being moved. There's so many moving parts to running these companies, but for now, I am more than satisfied with what's taking place.
Okay, fair enough. That's kind of what I was looking for. I can understand there's going to be numerous variables involved in making a decision like that. I was just curious if you pondered what that might look like, because again, we're under somewhat of a rapid time frame, given the position that we're in right now. We're already almost in October of 2020, so we're about less than a year away or what have you. And then in terms of your frequency of contact, you mentioned right now your primary contact is with Mr. Satry. Your current in your current daily life, you're clearly involved in community service. You mentioned on the education front, you've got your family foundation. I know, so I can understand and appreciate and frankly admire your role and involvement in community service on that front. So I don't have any other questions with regard to that at this point, Chair Morgan.
Yeah, just to follow up with that, Ms. Nguyen, you understand that if you were to change the scope of your involvement with Wynn Resorts, again, you're being considered now for a license as a beneficial owner. If you were to go back or attempt to go back to be in a director or another position, you understand that you would have to contact the board.
I believe that technically I am no longer able to be a director of the company. I think they put an age limit. So happily, I do not qualify. I have aged out.
But the general question is, if your scope were to somehow change, we would expect it for you to contact.
Of course.
Okay. Member Johnson, on the beneficial owner discussion, I do want to have some other discussions. I just wanted to try to.
I think the questions that I would have had about that have been answered so far. So for now, I'll reserve any questions.
All right, thank you. There have been discussions, and obviously we have in our investigative report a lot of transcripts and your testimony and some excerpts from the last regulatory proceeding that you participated in Massachusetts. And there were some allegations that I would like you just to at least address on the record. There's been some questions about the timing as to when you learned of allegations of misconduct involving your ex-husband. But the question I have for you and your counsel is, when you learned of those allegations, regardless of whether it was in 2009 or 2012, you were a director of Wynn Resorts, and do you believe that you met your fiduciary responsibility as a director at that time under the Nevada Revised Act?
I do.
And why do you believe you did?
Well, if you don't mind, I will have my attorneys read back into the record.
Good morning, Chairwoman Morgan.
Morning.
Member Johnson, Member Casares. You referenced the material that we provided to Massachusetts, and we set out in great detail Ms. Nguyen's versions of events regarding the reporting of the incident that you mentioned. Your mic cut out, so I think we all know what you're talking about. It was the 2005 incident that Ms. Nguyen became aware of in 2009. And in particular, regarding fulfillment of fiduciary duties, I would call your attention to first the expert report of Mr. Thomas Ariyama that we submitted, and then the supplemental declaration that we submitted, where he spoke directly to Ms. Nguyen's fulfillment of her fiduciary obligations in reporting the incident when she became aware of it to then general counsel of the company, which was wholly consistent with her obligation as a board member and consistent with internal policies at the Wynn. And in particular, I would call your attention to the October 16th, 2018 letter that we sent to Ms. Wells, who is, as you know, works with the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. And then we also attached at that time a letter that we had sent previously to the folks that were doing the independent investigation for the Wynn. Hang on, and I'll get you the exact date on that, which was included there. And that was a letter that we sent to Mr. Schwartz at Gibson, Dunn and Crutcher, June 21st, 2018, where we set out in great detail the rationale behind the answers that I just gave. And further, for the record, and there's a lot of under oath testimony in there, as you know. You've got the transcripts I would call your attention to the adjudicatory hearing that was held in front of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission on April 4th, 2019, and the testimony Ms. Nguyen gave there. And then finally, and probably, most relevant to your question would be the March 28th, 2018 transcript that resulted from what we called the Petrocelli hearing, during the pendency of the litigation between Ms. Nguyen and the company. And at that hearing, under oath, in an open proceeding, Ms. Nguyen laid out, again, in great detail what occurred regarding the reporting. But to wrap that all up, I would refer you, in regard to the fiduciary obligation, I would simply refer you to Mr. Ariyama's reports. I think that's the most succinct place that you can look to deal with these issues. He captures it very clearly and concludes, and Mr. Ariyama has been in the gaming industry a long time. He's a recognized expert, that without question, Ms. Nguyen fulfilled her fiduciary obligation in regard to her reporting of the incident when she learned about it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ferrario. And Mr. Ariyama actually concluded that he did not believe Ms. Nguyen ran afoul of any company policy or any applicable gaming laws by not reporting the allegations to regulators. And this was specific to Massachusetts. I wanted just to confirm here that that would clearly, that it would be your testimony that would apply to Nevada as well with regard to the Nevada laws and Nevada gaming regulators. Is that a yes?
Without question, absolutely.
And I know that you've also referenced a lot of testimony that was given under oath. We have declarations and affidavits, but I wanted to confirm today as well that there is no change in your testimony or any additional facts or circumstances that would be inconsistent or different from as to what's been testified to.
I'll let Ms. Nguyen answer that herself, because that's who you want to hear from. But believe me, we have plowed this ground as deep as it can go, and we're aware of nothing that would alter her testimony. And Elaine, I'll let you answer that question directly.
And I would agree with that characterization.
Great. Board members, any follow-up questions based on that?
Yes, I would just like to actually hear on the record as to the reasoning as to why you believe you met your fiduciary duties. I understand that you're pointing us to other documentation. We have volumes of documentation, as you know. But I did want to at least hear on the record, perhaps a summary as to why the steps that were taken then met the obligations.
Mr. Katsouros, as you can imagine, this was one of the most painful chapters in my life. And I'm really not looking forward to revisiting it again in another public forum, which is why I respectfully offer as my definitive testimony an affirmation to all of the facts and all of the materials that have been submitted to you, and tell you that without any doubt, all of that is true.
No, and I can appreciate that. I was just looking for a synopsis. I don't want to put you through any undue pain whatsoever. We've gone through your background. Our investigators have done a very thorough job here. Frankly, I see really nothing derogatory in your background. This is just a point of discussion that's been raised, as you well know. It's in our report, but for my benefit and for the benefit of the record, I was hoping for a little bit more to understand, just briefly, some of the steps taken and just understanding the timeline there. And again, just wrapping that up as to how you've met your fiduciary responsibilities.
Member Katsouros, if I may,
please.
And I'm going to do this on a high level because I don't think we all want to get down into the nitty gritty here. But if you look into the record, you will see a letter from Ms. Nguyen's then divorce counsel that sets out what steps she's going to do to fulfill her fiduciary obligation.
Which letter is that?
That was the letter from Mr. Schiller, and I believe at the time it was to Mr. Jimerson. And that is at the time when this information became known to Ms. Nguyen through her divorce lawyer. You all know how that happened. That's in the record. Ms. Nguyen reached out to someone who you all know. I'm not going to go through the names on this record, who is a longtime gaming lawyer here to discuss what she learned. She reached out to Mr. Nguyen. She conducted her own investigation. Because it didn't result in the information she was seeking, she followed through with what was said in that letter. And to fulfill her fiduciary obligation, she then reported the incident to then general counsel of the company. As we've set out, Ms. Nguyen followed every appropriate step. And as we've set out in the material, and as Mr. Ariyama again addresses in great detail, in contacting the general counsel of the company, in light of all that was known at the time, and then in talking with a longtime regulatory lawyer, she more than fulfilled her fiduciary obligation. Her reporting of the incident was also consistent. This is important to know, and it's spelled out in the documents, was consistent with the internal reporting requirements then in place at Wynn Resorts. So for all of those reasons, I don't think there's any other conclusion you can reach other than that she fulfilled her fiduciary obligation in reporting this incident when she learned about it in 2009.
Okay, and that's what I just wanted to go through briefly, was those steps that were taken. I understand it's not an easy topic to discuss, but you're asking us to recommend an approval for this application. And I feel I'd be remiss if we didn't at least have an understanding on the record of that timeline. So
I appreciate that. And again, as Ms. Nguyen indicated, she's affirming all of the testimony that you have, which has gone through this in great detail. And so I hope my overview satisfies your concern. And again, I referenced the letters where we set this out in great detail. Also the testimony given in public under oath in front of Massachusetts. That's really all there is to say about this. So I appreciate your question.
I mean, it starts to touch upon my satisfaction, but it's those steps afterwards. So then thereafter, after having a discussion, doing her due diligence on the matter, the next steps there was that Ms. Nguyen then reported to certain officials within the company, correct?
Absolutely. It was two.
I don't want to have to walk through it. That's what I'm just trying to get at. It shouldn't be for me to sort of.
You have it correct. She did basically her own investigation and then reported it to the general counsel of the company. Absolutely.
How so?
She brought it to the general counsel's attention through a telephone call. Absolutely. And then there was and then there was a return call, and that's all set out under oath in public hearings. Absolutely.
Okay. And then from there?
At that point, she was basically told that what is in the record already by general counsel, that it had been dealt with. And she had no reason at that time to question the judgment she got back from general counsel. And also, when you put this in perspective, she had also talked to Mr. Schreck. Okay. So that was in 2009. So she talks to Mr. Schreck. She talks to Ms. Sinatra, general counsel. And again, I'm paraphrasing here because the specifics are in the record. She's basically told it's been dealt with. She has no reason.
And that's all. And that's what I'm asking to you to do, is to paraphrase this, not have to go through a whole lengthy discussion as to what's been outlined on the record already.
Again, with the caveat that I'm paraphrasing because we've set it out in great detail, that's essentially what occurred.
Okay, and from there, then at that point, once the discussion was had with, say, general counsel, external counsel, coupled with some other measures that Ms. Nguyen had taken, you therefore conclude that she's clearly met her fiduciary responsibility in that regard.
Absolutely.
And there was no obligation to then go to, say, the board level as well.
No, I don't believe there was, and I think that's been addressed in Mr. Ariyama's declaration in great detail and also his initial report. I don't believe there was any obligation to go beyond that. You know, she followed appropriate reporting requirements. And, you know, to be perfectly blunt, the place that she should have gone is to the general counsel with something like this. When you're dealing with concepts of fiduciary duty, and you know, these are legal concepts, as you know. You know, there's lawyers on this screen now. We would all probably be able to debate, you know, what somebody should or shouldn't do. The one thing that if I was advising her at that time, I would have told her to do the same thing. That if you were going to discharge your fiduciary obligation, go to the general counsel, because the general counsel has a feel for these things, should have a broad feel for how the organization should deal with these things. And it's actually, in many respects, kind of the gatekeeper of these types of issues, in my opinion.
And if I can, Member Katsaros, just to be really specific on the two policies that were then in place at the company, was the Wynn Resorts Limited Code of Conduct and Ethics, and the company's zero tolerance for harassment and discrimination policy. And both of those policies are specific that the legal department is where you go to make the disclosure. And that's exactly what Elaine did. And that's consistent with Mr. Ariyama's report in what he found in going through those policies.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Member Johnson, did you have anything?
Yes, it may end up being more of a question for our legal counsel, but nonetheless, I'll just take the opportunity to make some general remarks. First of all, Ms. Nguyen, good morning. And I just want to especially commend you for appearing before the Gaming Control Board, for starters, and working cooperatively with the board up to and including your appearance here today, as well as the work that was done beforehand with staff. So I appreciate that. And I also want to say that it is certainly not lost, the difficulty with addressing these topics at any point in time, but these topics after this period of time and all that has transpired. And so certainly there is, I guess, no desire to belabor or prolong anything, but to process the application or evaluate the application that is before us. But it is not lost on me, and I don't believe on the board, the difficulty of the circumstances and the conversation that is taking place today. And next, as we process this application, as my colleague alluded to, there are questions about any fiduciary obligations or any timelines that may have been applicable as they go to the suitability of the applicant and the application. And so I had some concerns and some questions, and I appreciate the comments that have been made on the record by you and by your counsel, because I just wanted to receive those assurances on the record as well. We have just a significant amount of materials going back the last couple of years on this topic, as everyone knows. And so for purposes of the record that we are dealing with here and now, and that may advance to the Gaming Commission, I think it is good to get that clarity, as painstaking as it is, to get that information on the record and before the decision makers because I wanted to be assured as well, because I did, over the last couple of years, we've been looking at this. I did have some concerns about who knew what, when, and when did they report information and to whom did they report. And as Mr. Ferrario alluded to, I was a lot of lawyers around on the screen and elsewhere. And, as a regulator, I always ask, where was there any consideration given to informing the regulators of some of the matters that were generating the concerns? But I understand about the policies that Mr. Alonso alluded to, about the fiduciary obligations that Mr. Ferraro as well asserts were satisfied. And I could, with the concerns that I had, I could have made inferences nonetheless that would have been or could have been adverse to this application. And I think I would have been within the bounds of the statutory authority to do so. In listening to the testimony and in review of the records, I may not have been within the bounds of fairness to do so, though, to make adverse inferences in light of the record that is before us. And that is to say, normally, we obviously place a great amount of emphasis on the applicants and the licensees meeting their burdens to establish suitability. And I've listened to the reporting procedures that Mr. Alonso referenced. I've listened to the fiduciary obligations, and I'm not prepared to make any adverse or negative inferences from that showing. I wish things had been different. We all wish things had been differently. That's the beauty of hindsight. We get to wish and want things that are not going to happen. But I'm not prepared to make any adverse inferences or findings based on what is before us. I'm reasonably, I hate to use the term satisfied, but I think there has been a reasonable showing with regards to how those matters were handled and why. I've just been listening and deliberating procedurally, Mr. Somps, about the options here. As I understand it, given the percentage thresholds of Ms. Wynn's beneficial ownership, this is not a mandatory licensing or mandatory approval. And I wanted to confirm that as I understand it, it is permissive or discretionary. But along with that, I wanted to be clear of, and Madam Chair, this certainly is certainly something that can be reserved for the appropriate time. But I did just want to be clear about procedurally with regards to the Gaming Commission exercising its discretion to find a person suitable who has less than that 10% threshold. I think in other instances, we've talked about the discretion of the Gaming Control Board and the Gaming Commission to require approval. I don't see that in this statutory provision where both bodies would be required to make a finding of suitability or a determination that a finding of suitability is necessary. It seems to just speak to the commission. So at the appropriate time, I just wanted to be clear as to the options available to the board from Mr. Somps with regards to approving the application that is before us, denying the application that is before us, referring the application that is before us back to staff. I wanted to be clear as to, at the appropriate time, what the options are. So with that having been said, thank you, Madam Chair. But thank you again, Ms. Wynn, for your appearance here today. It's greatly appreciated.
Well, I didn't know if Ms. Wynn, you or your counsel had any response to Mr. Johnson, but Mr. Somps, I'm happy for you to chime in now. I think I'll share my thoughts until after you answer Mr. Johnson's question.
Yeah, in answer to your questions or your comments, Member Johnson, this is a discretionary application for finding a suitability. And so as you laid out the options, those are accurate. You could make a recommendation to the commission of a finding of suitability, or deny the application, or refer the matter back to staff.
All right, thank you.
So just to follow up then on Member Johnson's question, I think at the time that the request or when the investigations division shared with Ms. Nguyen that that her application was going to be processed, she was over 9%, I believe, at that time, and that our investigative report references that the application was triggered due to the exercise of influence that was being reported, not only in the public, but based on information we received regarding the involvement in the proxy dispute and the cooperation agreement. So just for background, that's what necessarily triggered it. But to go back to Member Johnson's question about whether there is a different standard or option for the board or commission, was your question more as the board could recommend approval for a beneficial owner to receive or to be found suitable, and the commission could choose not to, or whether or not even the board's input is necessary for permissive applications?
Just the reason I asked the question, I was trying to understand the applicability of RS 463.643 as it relates to this. There's another item on the agenda where there is a determination to be made about whether an individual should be called forward, I believe, as a business operator or a landlord. And procedurally, I believe the determination of the Attorney General's office was that it would require an affirmative vote of the board and the commission to first call the individual forward and thereafter proceed with the ordinary investigation. As I skim 463.643, it discusses how a person that has beneficial ownership in a public company that's registered with the commission may be required to be found suitable if the commission has reason to believe that that ownership would be inconsistent with the declared public policy of the state, and there are other scenarios. So I just wanted to be clear procedurally how this goes forward. And in part, it was reminiscing or reflecting on the other item on the agenda later, where the board and the commission have to make certain findings about whether to call somebody forward and how that process aligns in this case. If, for example, the commission has to make a determination that the person must be found suitable, and then, or whether the commission makes that determination upon recommendation of the board. And I just weigh all of that against the backdrop of what Ms. Nguyen testified to concerning her present day involvement, as well as any potential involvement she might have in the coming months or years. So I don't know if I made it any clearer, or probably less clear, but that's what I was trying to navigate through.
Mr. Somps, would you agree, or do you have any opinion that it's the circumstances in this are a little bit different than the item that we have later on in the agenda, because we do have a publicly traded corporation here, and we have a majority shareholder who has exerted some influence with the recent passage of Senate Bill 73 in 2019, that would be a little bit different than someone, business operator, who is going to be called forward?
Madam Chair, this is different than the restricted agenda item. This is, you find yourself in the circumstances where you actually have an application filed, an application for a finding of suitability, and you are considering that and making a recommendation to the Gaming Commission on that application. That is different with the other agenda item, which is essentially a precursor to an application for a finding of suitability. It's a determination to decide whether or not a person must make the application. So the circumstances are different. Again, this is just a recommendation that would go on to the commission.
Because in this instance, we actually had an application that was on file that was activated and then later amended to include her current status as a shareholder.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, gentlemen, any other questions on that topic or issue? No? On it, okay.
One quick follow-up. We did already discuss, and I think Mr. Ferrario as well as Mr. Alonso walk through to my satisfaction in terms of the fiduciary responsibilities with regard to reporting, or with regard to the steps and reporting Ms. Lane had taken. To be clear, in terms of reporting to this gaming control board, you feel there was any obligation for reporting to occur there, and why not? Because I'm assuming the answer is no.
The answer is no. And I would just call to your attention the materials that you have with the under oath testimony. There were conversations with a well-known and well-respected regulatory lawyer in the 2009 timeframe. So there would have been no reason for Ms. Nguyen to do anything other than what she did at that time, from my perspective.
Okay, thank you for that. Nothing further on that, Chair Morgan.
And any follow-up on that, Member Johnson? No? All right. Well, Ms. Nguyen, your background and your financial investigation was obviously very clean, but I didn't want to kind of conclude this matter without talking about some of the efforts that I know you've been involved in. I know you currently serve on the State Board of Education, and you hold a directorship with, I think, Communities in Schools on a national level. And I know that Wynn Resorts actually did a partnership with the Boys and Girls Club that was in the news about offering some virtual learning opportunities at the property. And it made me think about some of the work that I know that you've done with regard to kids. I may not have the right title for that, but in trying to ensure that Nevada students, now that many of, or at least two of the largest school districts have transitioned to a virtual learning format, to ensure that students have access to PCs or Chromebooks to be able to still engage in their education during these times. Would you mind sharing? Are you willing to share any of your efforts?
Well, thank you for allowing me a moment during this forum to do that. I am the president of the State Board of Education and have been for several gubernatorial terms right now. And it became a great concern to me this spring when our children had to leave school and resort to virtual learning, and we discovered how many we lost during that process. And when it became apparent to us that we were going to return to school again in a virtual situation, all kinds of red flags went up. And I began to do some independent investigation and try to assemble some data on the status of connectivity in our state and the number of devices that might be required to get all of our kids fairly and equitably in front of a teacher. And the more I researched offline, the less satisfied I was that we had our arms around this problem. And so I reached out to my good friend, Mr. Murrin, who along with you has been working on the COVID-19 task force. I told him that I was greatly appreciative of what the task force was doing with PPE and all of the health initiatives. But for me, the second largest looming problem we had in the state would be the connectivity of our children. And so true to his leadership style, he helped activate another group, a task force, and we've all been working feverishly, including you, Chair Morgan, and I appreciate that, to ensure that no child in this state is deprived of an education because they do not have connectivity or a device. And we have been working on that daily, and I check every day on the dashboard. We're making great progress. We still have a ways to go. But for me, that is the justice and equity issue of today, is the fair ability for all children to be taught by a teacher. And so I've been working on that. My main passion, of course, is Communities in Schools. I am the national chairman of that organization. We exist in 25 states and the District of Columbia, including here in Nevada. We serve over 1,600,000 kids, offering wraparound services that can help them stay in school and graduate. And right now, next week, we have an annual board meeting and a town hall with all of our affiliates to discuss all of the amazing work that our CIS and the affiliates are doing in repositioning people to assist with what we do normally, which is deal with children holistically: food, healthcare, substance abuse counseling, job placement. And then I also, for my own personal joy and pleasure, I'm the co-chair of the LA County Museum of Art. We had a brief meeting yesterday and discussed the challenges of museums not being open and how they're challenged perhaps with furloughing their staff as well. So I'm very fortunate. I run a large gamut of involvement in things, both nationally, but Nevada's my home, and it's always where I've been involved in the most amount of activity. After School All-Stars, Nevada Ballet, Smith Center, everything that our employees and their families and the citizens here enjoy have been things that have been of interest to me and my children. And we're lucky to be in a privileged place to be helpful.
Well, thank you for sharing that. I know that as gaming regulators, we don't kind of traditionally talk about a lot of the benefits that we've had to the community, but I can tell you that over the last few months, as we've seen more and more licensees come forward and have seen what the COVID pandemic has done, not just disproportionately to our economy and unfortunately our high levels of unemployment, with the gaming industry having employing such a large amount of Nevadans, we know that when schools unfortunately had to go virtually, and with the downturn of the economy, it's affecting a lot of gaming employees, which are Nevadans as well. And so I wanted to highlight some of the work that we've done, and we've obviously asked other licensees about their corporate social responsibility efforts and what they're doing to give back to ensure that Nevadans and our children are able to stay afloat. So I wanted to thank you for your efforts on that. I just also was curious. I see that you're on the board of governors for the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame.
Yes, I was afraid that might be considered too frivolous to mention, but one of my great passions is basketball, and I am on the Basketball Hall of Fame board. And thank goodness for the NBA. I think it's keeping a lot of us sane during these weeks.
All right. Gentlemen, any questions about Ms. Nguyen's efforts in the community? No?
I didn't have any questions, but I do appreciate you asking Ms. Nguyen to get on the record some of the accomplishments that she's had and the achievements that these organizations that she's involved with and chairing, frankly, in the great service that they serve to the state and frankly the country for that matter. So thank you for getting that on the record.
All right, gentlemen, any other questions, comments? Mr. Alonso or Mr. Ferrario, any closing comments?
Chairwoman Morgan and members of the board, the only closing comments we have is that we hope you look at this application and the cooperation and the history and all of the contributions to the gaming industry that Elaine has given, and that you move forward with a positive recommendation to the commission.
All right, gentlemen, I will entertain a motion.
Chair Morgan, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Acting Secretary Ferrato.
Mr. Katsaros, I think it's non-restricted item number 4.
Sorry, did I? Non-restricted item number 4.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chairwoman Morgan?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ferrato, non-restricted item number 5.
Non-restricted number 5 are the applications of Philip Jean Ruffin for a finding of suitability and licensure as a manager of Ruffin Acquisitions 3 LLC, CCLVCC Holdco LLC, and Circus LB LLC as noted on the agenda.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ferrato. Let's give Mr. Ruffin and his counsel some time to move over. Good morning, Mr. Ruffin. I will give your council some time to join you.
Madam Chair, Mr. Shrek, oh, there he is.
Okay.
He joined and then dropped off. He just rejoined. I'm going to promote him right now.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Ruffin.
I'll answer any question that you have. We just took over Circus, as you
Oh,
know.
sir, let's give your council some time to join. He hasn't been able to join yet. So we're going to wait a couple more seconds until your council can join.
No problem.
I appreciate your eagerness and ready to go, though.
I had cataract surgery, so you're all kind of blurry.
Oh, okay.
So I know you all look good, but you might look better with this glasses. Yeah. When you get my age, things like that happen.
Mr. Langendorf, is he?
I'm trying to promote him to panelist, and it
Okay.
says promoting to panelist, but I don't know if his system's locked up right now.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if he dialed in. We have 3 phone numbers, but we weren't given advance notice of who any of those numbers are, so I hesitate to.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He could be one of those phone numbers.
All right. Let me contact investigations. Mr. Ruffin, is Mr. Shrek appearing with you today?
He's supposed to be.
Okay.
Yeah, he's supposed to join us,
Okay.
but maybe something happened. I don't know.
All right. Let's just
We can start, Chairman. Okay.
You know, I'm sure Mr. Ruffin can handle this, but Mr. Somps, I'm sure you would advise that we wait for his counsel.
Yeah, you can proceed as you want, actually.
Okay.
Maybe table this until you finish the non-restricted agenda.
Well, he's logged in, so I would hate to have him, Mr. Ruffin, log off and log
They
back
have
in
Frank
again.
on the phone now.
Okay.
What happened?
They should promote 702-401-4470.
They have to do it?
Yeah, they're guys.
What's the last 4 of that phone number?
Is this 4470, I think.
Okay.
It's so 4470.
Okay, we had that number, but then it dropped off.
He's calling back in.
Okay. Thank you.
That's Brad Anthony, our household counsel.
Well, Mr. Ruffin, you know what? While we're waiting for your counsel, I know that we saw you at the end of last year when you purchased Circus, and a lot's changed since then, unfortunately. And so do you just want to give us maybe a little bit of an overview as to what you've been able maybe to accomplish and what you're doing now during with the COVID restrictions at both properties?
I didn't accomplish much. My timing was terrible on this purpose. You know, I could not have anticipated it. But we took it over in the middle of December. And first thing you do is eliminate parking charges, free parking, because I don't believe you should charge people to come in and spend money. So we did that. And I'm a firm believer that you have to have a theater on a strip property. And fortunately, in 1979 or 80, they had a theater. Circus had a 500-room theater. And we found it on the second floor. It was quite a surprise. Unfortunately, 500 seats are not enough for a theater. You need a minimum of 1,000, 1,200, even 1,500 to make it successful. As you know, we have Mystere here. It's got 1,600 seats. You need them. So we started that, and we cut a deal with Circus Olay, and we were going to have an entertainment venue called the Illusionist. The Illusionist. It was a Broadway show, and so we hired architecture firm to take a look at it, and how do we expand it to at least 1,000 seats. And so it was the Bergman Law firm, and they figured out how we could get 1,000 seats in there. And so we were starting to implement that. Then we needed a larger swimming pool, and we liked what Mandalay Bay did, and so we were going to put an 11-acre beach swimming pool. I bought additional acreage. As you know, we have 102 acres on the strip, so we had room to do that, and that was in our plans to do that. We had just gotten started. We redid Slots of Fun, which you all know, you've probably been there. But we put that all new product in there and remodeled that. And we were in the process of redoing some of the rooms. All that, of course, changed. And as far as the theater is concerned, Circus Olay went bankrupt. They went bankrupt. So big problem for the circus, big problem for the theater. What do we do? Well, they don't even have a new owner yet. You know, they do O, they do Ka, they do a lot of the strip. So it's got up for auction, and I understand a company called Cerberus is going to buy it for around 400 million, something like that. And but that won't happen until November. But we could open sooner if we were allowed to do so. Which brings me to another point. Since they allow movie theaters to open, why not my theater? You know, that was just an aside. It's also a theater that they don't allow it yet. I hope they can. In any case, Circus, we closed it down, and when the pandemic hit, we had a group in from England, and the hotel was pretty full. We had to kick them out. You can't be here anymore. And they didn't really understand that we had to do that. So we closed down, and unfortunately, we had to lay off quite a few people. And when they allowed us to open back up, the occupancy was terrible, like 18% occupancy. You can't do much with 18% occupancy. And the weekends got better, and last weekend was very good. And so Circus did actually better than Treasure Island because it just had a lot of guests. Occupancy last weekend, both properties were over 80%, maybe approaching 90%, just on weekends. And then Monday comes, it drops back off to 18, 20%, no good. So it's very difficult to operate in a situation like that. You know, how do you staff for that? You go from 80% occupancy down to 18% occupancy. Tough, very tough operational problems. But we're still happy we bought the property. My timing was not very good, but you know, we've had a lot happen there. You know, we also got the grounds along with Circus. We got fairgrounds, and that was a pretty big thing. In fact, I had a personal meeting with Amazon, and they were going to take the 37 acres. They were going to, and we're going to lease the 37 acres for the entire month. And they had a very big venue planned. And they asked me, can you handle 25,000? Can you feed 25,000 people? I'm in Circus, how am I going to do that? So of course I said, yes, I could figure it out. And they said, oh, by the way, we need 100 bartenders for our food, our beverage. And of course we can do that easy. There's big margin in that. So I said, yeah, we could do that too. I said, oh, by the way, what's your budget? And quietly said, $100 million. I said, for an event, $100 million? And I got to thinking, I should have charged them more for going. I didn't know they had that kind of a budget. So anyway, everybody canceled. Every event that was supposed to be on that dirt canceled. We had a big show coming in from Spain. They canceled. Everybody canceled. In fact, even the ones in the first quarter had canceled. So
well, that's, yeah.
That's
I was going to, you know, when you were on our agenda, it was for a limited approval so that we could kind of process your purchase of Circus. And so this is really kind of an update because obviously you've been licensed before by the commission. And I didn't have any questions about your finances or your background. Everything kind of came through clean. There were no areas of concern or issues. But I know you've been in this business and hospitality for a very long time. And I'm just interested in your thoughts on kind of the unprecedented nature of COVID and what your thoughts are on how Las Vegas and Nevada specifically, what your thoughts are on recovery.
Not going to be soon. We're hoping for a fourth quarter, but it doesn't really look like that. There's no conventions planned. And the airplanes are coming in half full, quarter full. Until all that happens, it's going to be weekends only. And, you know, weekends only will keep the lights on, but it won't do a hell of a lot more than that. So it'll be okay. In fact, we probably will break even for each month to the end of the year. I think this year is gone. I don't think you're not going to make any money this year. First quarter will be tough. I understand there have been some cancellations for the first quarter next year. A convention. This town is conventions. That's what it is. And it looks like the second quarter might be where they come back on stream. So I'm not looking for much this year. But in fact, I've kind of scratched off this year. And next year should be okay. First quarter should not be great. There's been a big convention. I forget CES or CES. You'll know more than me. Canceled. One of the big shows. Canceled for January. Canceled for the whole year. So, you know, until they start coming back, we got a little problem. And so I'm not expecting a hell of a lot.
And it's my understanding you go to the Treasure Island and every day and at least visit Circus a couple times a week. Is that true?
That's it. That's it. I'm here at usually 5:30 and I leave at about noon. But I spend a couple hours Circus when they need me, or if I don't feel like going over there, I make them come over here. And but they're I have good management there. They're good, and they're hard workers. And you know, everybody's very disappointed that we can't bring our people back. But you can't bring them back with 18%. Just can't. And so you know, we make enough to keep the lights on. That's about it.
Well, I know your GM is on our agenda as well right after you. So I don't have any additional questions for Mr. Ruffin. I wanted to check with IT and see if Mr. Schreck is able to join us.
Can you hear me, Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Chairwoman?
Yes.
Okay. I had this thing on in video for 2 hours, and then all of a sudden the video started going off and on, off and on. So I tried to switch just to the audio, and I guess somehow I got muted out because I could hear everybody, but nobody could hear me. So I apologize. I've been listening to all of it. But
Okay, good. Well, we can hear you loud and clear now. And I didn't, if you've been listening, that's great. Did you have anything to add? I know this was just kind of a follow-up based on the limited license that we approved back in, or that the commission approved back in December.
Right, and as you indicated, we understood this to be just kind of an update on really the transaction and how the properties were doing, especially in light of COVID pandemic, and that Mr. Ruffin's personal suitability had really been already decided, unless something came up in the latter part of this investigation, which we knew would not occur.
All right, thank you, Mr. Schreck. Any questions from either board member for Mr. Ruffin?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Ruffin, Mr. Schreck.
Good morning.
I couldn't quite hear everything you were saying, Mr. Ruffin, although I got probably 90+% of it. Did you touch upon anything to do with room renovations?
No, we renovated slots of fun. And we didn't have time to do it. We took it over at the end of December, and everything happened so quickly. We would like to remodel some of the rooms, but right now everything is on hold right now because we don't know exactly what's going to happen.
Okay.
We don't get a hell of a lot for our rooms, as you know.
Right.
$19.
Plus the resort fee. We can't forget about that.
I love that resort fee.
I do recall a bit of discussion on the record in December, and as was just mentioned, this is just an update. So I did want to ask about that and sort of a follow-up to that, which you just hinted on. Do you think we might see, I think you're saying for your property at Circus, you're going to wait and see in terms of maybe renovating those rooms at this point. Do you think we might see some renovations happening at others given the softness we see in the week, or is that still problematic because you're high occupancy on the weekend?
Well, no. We've blown through $50 or $60 million. I mean, that's what the burn rate has been for us. Fortunately, we had the money and we don't have to borrow anything. We had, been here a long time. That's the big advantage of being in your 80s. You have a little cash. But so we didn't have to borrow anything, and we covered the losses. But I think the losses have stopped here. But remember, I have 14 other hotels in other areas, and they're not doing well either because airplanes aren't flying. You're not going to get well until travel starts again, and so until they get a vaccine, and who knows? I don't know anything about that stuff. You guys know more than me probably, but
Chair Morgan knows significantly more than most people do that aren't doctors. But you're a trendsetter. And so I wanted to ask you on the rooms, because as soon as you announced the removal of parking fees, it seems they're falling like dominoes now. So,
and another thing we had to do, by the way, you can't make money in a buffet today. Buffets are terrible. You almost can't charge enough. We were losing $200,000 a month just in the buffet. We raised the price from 19 to 23 to 27. Didn't help. So, and then they put the new rules out where you had to have all these people serving. You couldn't serve yourself in a buffet. Now the losses would go to like $300,000 a month, and we just said to hell with it. They can eat in our coffee shop. We still have plenty of venues that they can eat in, and I converted all that space into a super sports book. It'll be better than what the other guy was saying. We had a great sports book. And so, and it'll make money and not lose us $300,000 a month. And I noticed Wynn is shutting their buffet down too. So, and everybody else have to look at it because they're huge losers. Buffets are huge losers. I mean, you can't get $75 for a buffet.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate those comments.
All right. Well, thank you for your insight, Mr. Ruffin. And Mr. Schreck, do you have any closing comments?
No, Madam Chair.
All right.
Great. Let me say this: you're in the people that investigated this, Danielle, and I think his name Star. They had to go through 72 bank accounts. They had to go through all those. They did a great job. They were extremely courteous and professional. So I just wanted to say they did a great job.
Oh, Mr. Ruffin, thank you very much for saying that. I know they definitely dug, you had a lot of files for them to dig through. And I know they did that, but it's always good to hear good feedback from our agents. I appreciate you sharing that with us.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the board.
Great. I will entertain a motion for approval.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Acting Secretary Ferraro.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chairwoman Morgan?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ferraro, next item.
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Howard Jean Yitoy for licensure as key employee of Circus Circus LV LLC as noted on the agenda.
All right, and Mr. Schreck, are you still on the line?
Yeah, I think so. I hope so.
Yeah, you are, and I want to give.
One of my great skills, but
It's fine. I'm
is
waiting
Mr.
for.
Toy on?
Yeah, we're gonna give him a little bit to transfer over.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I see his name.
Oh, while they're
There
doing
he
it, yeah,
is.
I sat and listened to everybody and watched it. I thought I was ahead of the
I
game.
hope
And then it started going off, and I had to switch to the audio.
All right.
Good
All right,
morning.
Mr.
That didn't
Schreck, well,
work.
Mr. Toy is here, and we can see him on video.
Okay. Good.
So did you
Hi,
have
Howard.
any?
I'm
Good morning, or like I said, good afternoon officially.
Good afternoon, Mr. Toy. Mr. Schreck, did you have any introductory comments?
No, I have no introductory comments. I think the investigators thoroughly reviewed Mr. Toy's background and his experience, which is pretty substantial. And I don't think there were any concerns that were raised, so I have nothing to address preliminarily. And so we're just available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Schreck. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Toy, and thanks for appearing today. I know we have before us an application for licensure for yourself as Executive Vice President and General Manager over at Circus Circus. But based on our investigative report, you've been at Treasure Island for quite some time and involved in the hospitality industry as well. So why don't you just tell us a little bit about yourself?
Prior to Circus Circus, I came here in 2019. I was with Treasure Island for 10 years as Senior Vice President of Operations, where I oversaw the non-gaming side of the property. And then I had a little break, and then I was with the Stratosphere as Senior Vice President. Then prior to that, I was Senior Vice President of the Frontier. So as far as my career at Las Vegas, it goes back to 2004. And prior to that, I was 14 years from General Manager to Senior VP of Operations for Marriott. And I've been with Mr. Ruffin on and off for 30 years.
Wow. All right, that's a very long time. So you were at Treasure Island for about 10 years, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, March of 2009.
But you were you involved in the gaming side when
No,
you were
ma'am.
at?
I oversaw everything but gaming, entertainment, hotel, F&B.
So now you will be responsible for the entire property though now at Circus Circus, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And who do you have under you that can assist now that you're going to be involved in the gaming side?
I have a gentleman named Stu Ritchie. He was the general manager of Prim, also heavily involved in gaming, casino marketing for 30 years. Very good staff.
Okay.
I also was over gaming at the Stratosphere, so I have experience.
Okay, great. So tell us a little bit about how you've been managing the property. I know you've been there for almost about 9 months now. So you were there for when COVID arrived, and it's staying longer than we all want it to. So why don't you tell us a little bit about how you've been managing obviously the health and safety policies that Circus Circus has set forward with the board and some of the governor's directives on operations.
Well, till March 17th, things were going very well. The property had ramped up. We had done quite a few changes. As Mr. Relford had mentioned, I had changed out a lot of the slot floor and slots of fun with participation, which really increased the demand for slots from our indigenous demographic. And we were doing very well. Then March 17th came and this property has always been a weekday soft, weekend high, and obviously seasonality. So with that in mind, a lot of the staff was on call. So we have been working with that, and unfortunately, there was furloughs, there were some terminations, but since the staff is mostly on call, as we need them, we use them. But again, to reiterate what Mr. Ruffin said, we're making ends meet, which is, by the grace of God, good.
Mhm. So tell me about some of the, well, with Circus Circus, that includes Slots of Fun, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, and I know his audio was a little on and off. So tell me about a little bit of the improvements that I know that you've made at Slots of Fun, because I think you were able to get a lot of those done the first quarter.
We certainly did. Slots of Fun was kind of a mishmash of entertainment, and we took it over, and it was pretty dirty. So basically what we did is, currently, we replaced all the machines with approximately 130 participation machines, which in the future we'll work on. Cleaned it up tremendously, put on some doors on it so we could control the egress and exit. And so far, it was doing very well. And now it's slowed down, obviously, but we have great hopes for it.
All right, I don't have any questions. Your background seemed very clean. Either board member have any questions for Mr. Toy? Okay, none from
Good afternoon, Mr. Toy. I seem to recall a mention of a subway at the Slots of Fun.
Yes.
What did you end up doing with that?
We no longer have it there, sir.
Oh. Okay. I seem to recall Mr. Schruck had some sort of connection there.
Yeah, with great sadness, we terminated our lease.
I didn't want to miss the opportunity to bring that up. But in terms of the slot floor, did you went to a higher participation model then? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. Because obviously the investment to change the floor of 1,179 machines would have been obviously prohibitive. So I went to participation, and as funds come available, we'll switch it out. But since what we use to pay for the new slots, we will debit from the participation fee.
Yeah, I think
slowly but surely.
I think it's kind of a win-win on both sides, right? Because manufacturers are able to get some machines out onto the floor, promote them, make some cash flow, and you don't have to expend your treasure or capital.
Love it.
Are you looking to do something similar on the floor in Circus Circus as well, with a higher number of participation machines?
We already have. We already have. So, and this past weekend was exemplary. That we had huge handles. So it was great.
So again, you noticed a difference immediately, saying it's lots of fun straight away. And your demographic there is, it's a mix, right, of locals as well as tourists. Would you say it's higher locals now than typically?
No, I would say it's still, we have what I would call OTA. So like Expedia, Booking.com is about 70%. We draw a lot from the Los Angeles basin. And this weekend, our demographic is probably 90% from that area. Locals, we do get them weekday, but again, we press tremendously Sunday through Thursday, then Friday and Saturday, and well, Sunday morning, we make our killing.
Yeah, it's tough times right now, but I think it's good indicators of what could be the reality once we get through this pandemic.
Absolutely, property has huge potential.
And echoing Chair Morgan's comments, I didn't have any issues with your background. Came back very clean. Appreciate you working with our agents very candidly and thoroughly. And I didn't have anything else.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Well, Mr. Schreck, any closing comments?
No closing comments.
All right. I will entertain a motion for approval.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 6 as read in the record by Acting Secretary Ferraro.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chairwoman Morgan?
Aye. Thank you, Mr. Toy.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you very much.
Thank
And I
you.
apologize once again for my technology failings.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ferrado, non-restricted item number 7.
Non-restricted 7 are the applications of Sean Leslie Hammond for licensure as a key employee of Colorado Bell Gaming LLC and Edgewater Gaming LLC.
Right. I think we may have Miss Gilland and Mr. Hammond on this item.
Phyllis Gilland here for Golden Entertainment. I have Sean Hammond on the line as well. So good morning to Chair Morgan, members Katsaros and member Johnson, and acting secretary. Mr. Hammond is known to the board, so we don't have any positive presentation. We'll just let you go ahead at this late date and ask any questions you might have.
All right, well, thank you, Ms. Gilland, for cutting to the chase. Let's see. Mr. Gilland, yes, I mean, not Mr. Gilland, Mr. Hammond, yes, you have been licensed before, but now you are expanding your role as Senior Vice President and General Manager to all 3 properties in Laughlin. So you'll have Colorado Bell, Edgewater, and Aquarius. Is that accurate?
That is correct, Madam Chairman.
And which ones are open? I know there's one closed right now.
Currently, we have the Colorado Bell is shut down. We did not reopen it after the shutdown for Nevada, and we're currently running Edgewater and Aquarius.
Okay, and you were previously licensed in your role just for Aquarius, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so now you're expanding your responsibilities to Edgewater and Colorado Bell. Let's see, you were last licensed in 2012 as a key employee for Aquarius. But just to be direct, it looks like you had some issues in 2015.
That is correct.
Since the last time you were licensed. So do you want to tell us a little bit about what happened there?
So 2015 was a tough year. I had some personal issues related to family that I took the wrong path in dealing with it and turned to alcohol, which became a huge problem. As the record states, 3 DUIs within the course of 5 months, and then had to deal with the fallout and the ramifications of that, including rehab counseling and 18 days of incarceration.
Okay, have you had any, well, first of all, do you still consume alcohol?
It has been several months. It's social. I don't have a need or a desire for alcohol, and not currently drinking.
Okay. When you did have those infractions in 2015, it looks like most of them being DUIs, it referenced that you were, on all 3 occasions, I think it referenced that you were drinking after work in a casino in Laughlin. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. And were you drinking in casinos where you were working, or were they different?
There was times, yes, that after work or with guests, I was drinking.
Do you still do that now?
No, I am iced tea extra lemon with everything.
Okay. And when's the last time you've had any type of interaction with law enforcement? Even if it was a speeding ticket or anything?
It was 2015.
Did you attend classes as a result of those infractions in 2015?
Yes, I did.
And you've completed all of them successfully?
That is correct.
Okay. And you're no longer in any type of program to, well, do you still believe that you have a problem with alcohol?
I will always believe that I will have. I can't look away from that. I've got to keep that front of mind awareness. I am heavy into my church in Kingman, Arizona, and we also have a good Celebrate Recovery program there that I've participated in.
Okay. And do you believe you have support, whether it be from family or friends, to assist you?
Yes, my family has been there by the number one, and my friends and my co-workers, of course.
All right, any questions from either board member for Mr. Hammond?
Mr. Hammond, I don't know this area very well, so I just need to understand what I've heard so far with a bit of clarity, if you could help me. There were some incidents that the chair had asked you about within a relatively short period of time, and you indicated you had since obtained some assistance in dealing with those issues, but I thought I heard you say at one point that you might still drink socially, with the last time being 3 or 4 months ago, and then at another point indicate that you will always have a problem with alcohol. And so if those two statements are correct to my understanding, I need some assistance in reconciling them, particularly why we should not be concerned about a potential repeat. I mean, the potential for anything is always everywhere, but in terms of assessing risk, why should we not be concerned with potential risk such that we should look less favorably on this application? How do I reconcile with your assistance that you still drink socially and that you will still always have a problem with alcohol?
Well, I think I need to make sure that I keep it straight in my mind and that it could be a potential problem. So I don't have a relapse or another problem, because I don't want that to happen. I want to go back to 2015 and correct it, but that's unrealistic. So I've got to own it today and move forward and try and do the best that I can with the support that I've got, and also the programs that I've got at my disposal. I do not have a daily desire to drink. I do not turn to drink for challenges or problems. I address them, and I continue to do that. And I've been doing that for the past 3.5 years.
Right. And do you still continue to consume alcohol on the premises where you have oversight, or is that what you were referring to, that you only drink iced tea and lemon?
No, I am not allowed to drink on property. I have not been since 2015, and I have not. And you can ask any server or bartender here, when I'm sitting with somebody or having dinner, it's iced tea and extra lemon.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hammond, thank you for being, well, first of all, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for being forthright and not requiring us to sort of, pull out what the issues that we would clearly have. I mean, I was rather uneasy reading through this report coming into this agenda item, and I couldn't fathom how we get to a point 3 successive in 1 year. It's almost as if you had 2020 in 2015, and now you've got everybody has 2020 now. But I can understand, of course, everybody's circumstances are different, but I want to say thank you for being forthright. As a person, I don't want to see you relapse. I don't want to see anybody having drug or alcohol problems. As regulators, though, we have to then reconcile what risk there is to the industry, and us giving you the stamp of approval or recommendation for that stamp of approval. And that's where, of course, you probably understand where these questions come from. I think your initial investigation when you were licensed was clean. I think in recalling the materials, we didn't have any limitation or any issues brought up at that time. Now we've gotten to 2020, and 5 years ago, obviously, the DUIs are what they are. So I did want to address it in a little detail. Chair Morgan and Member Johnson essentially raised the issues and points I wanted to discuss and hear from you on the record. How this happens, how do we go from here, and how do you ensure that it's fixed and doesn't happen again? Again, you drink socially once in a while, not on property, right? And is that what you just suggested, correct?
That is correct. I think the last time was wine at dinner, probably back in May or June.
And I can appreciate that's probably the best step in all of this, is removing yourself from the opportunity to, have a step backwards. So thank you for getting on the record with that. I didn't have any other questions on that point though, Chair Morgan.
I just wanted to follow up. Obviously, drinking is legal. The concern that I have is that you're getting into a car and driving afterwards. So, you know, I don't want to be overly critical on your decision to have an alcoholic beverage from time to time. But my concern is the decision that you've made then to leave the property and drive. And so I would hope that you would take advantage of rideshare options, taxis, friends and coworkers, and not get behind the wheel to potentially endanger other people's lives if this application is recommended for approval.
Absolutely. And that, like I mentioned before, I do not want 2015 to ever happen again. Have no desire to be down that path. So I need to stay focused. I've got a lot more responsibility now, obviously challenging with the new reopening and stuff, but I believe I've got this, and I've got this with my faith and with my church.
All right.
You've got a lot. Oh, you've got a lot to lose here. So I can understand that. But if you do get a favorable recommendation here, I just hope we have an understanding of any infractions of any kind whatsoever, that you are equally forthright in the future in coming to this board and disclosing that to us.
Absolutely. I totally respect and understand that this license is a privilege, and I want to do everything I can going forward to protect that privilege and continue on with what I'm doing.
Okay, thank you.
So I didn't have a question, but I did want to just make a comment and echo my colleague, Mr. Hammond, that, you know, over the years, there have been difficult circumstances we've had to deal with in applications, and I appreciate your candor and your forthrightness, and for alleviating the need for us to engage in the tooth pulling exercise that this sometimes turns into. So I appreciate your candor, your forthrightness, and certainly wish you the best going further in either event.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Gillen, any closing comments?
No, we appreciate your consideration, and we appreciate Narissa Bridges' time. I would say the company supports Mr. Hammond and has been through this with him, and we did notify the board at the time. So it's something that we've all worked on together. We have good faith in him, and I'm watching him.
Well, Ms. Gillen, I appreciate that. I know that Mr. Hammond disclosed it on his own in his personal history disclosure, but I appreciate you confirming on the record that you informed the board of those infractions at the time they occurred as well.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
All right, with that, I will entertain a motion.
Chair Morgan, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Acting Secretary Ferraro.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chairwoman Morgan?
Aye. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Everyone, let's go into recess and we will begin our restricted agenda at 12:30. Thank you.
We're ready to go.
All right. All right,
Wait.
let's proceed with our restricted agenda items. Mr. Ferraro.
Madam Chair,
Oh,
I'm sorry, that was a question.
I saw webinar is now streaming live. Okay, we're ready. I'm ready for the countdown now.
Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're good.
All right, Mr. Ferraro, let's proceed with the items on our restricted consent agenda. There were no questions or issues with these items and no appearances were required.
Restricted number 4 is the application of Nicholas Isaac Clanion for temporary licensure as special administrator of the estate of Glenn Clanion. Restricted number 5 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at PT's Golden for a restricted gaming license. Additionally, the applications of Golden PTs and 77 LLC for licensure to receive a percentage of revenue, and Golden Tavern Group LLC as sole member and manager as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 7 is the application of Mount Charleston Pub LLC doing business as Mount Charleston Lodge for a waiver of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080. Restricted 9 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC doing business at Terrible's 350 for a restricted gaming license.
All right, gentlemen, are there any discussion on these items? If not, would either of my colleagues care to make a motion?
I move for approval of restricted agenda items number 4, 5, 7, and 9 as read into the record by Acting Secretary Ferrato with the following limitations and/or conditions to apply as follows. For item number 4, limited license to expire at midnight of the September 2021 Nevada Gaming Commission meeting on the day the item is heard. For item 7, the waiver of the provisions of NGC Regulation 4080 in conjunction with the approval granted in March 2019 and the waiver approvals in September 2019 and March 2020 shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled NGC meeting in March 2021. And for item 9, the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chairwoman Morgan?
Aye. All right, Mr. Ferrato, please read in restricted item number 1.
Restricted number 1 are the applications of Coleman Entertainment LLC doing business as Gold River Bar for a restricted gaming license and Patrick Trent Coleman for licensure as sole member and manager.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Mr. Coleman. Hi, I don't, are you appearing alone today? Oh, there he is. Okay, Mr. Gutwald's your counsel. We're waiting for him to join us. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hello, Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano, and with me is Patrick Coleman. And with your permission, we'll have Mr. Coleman tell you a little bit about the business and open it up for questions.
Great, thank you, Mr. Gutwald. Mr. Coleman, we can't hear you.
You have to unmute. There we go.
How about that?
Yes.
Great. Sorry about that. I think the headset was plugged in too long. Yeah, the tavern is a little local tavern in Lemon Valley in Reno, and really excited to be here today for the second time. I'm an existing licensee for a restricted bar in Reno for Alturas Bar, and just excited to kind of continue the tradition out there. That bar has been in existence in Lemon Valley, I think, since the 60s. And I purchased the property last year, and now I'm going to be running the business if I get approved.
All right, great. So you currently, your other business that I know you're currently licensed is, are those machines through a slot ride operator in your other business?
It's a participation agreement with Golden Gaming.
Okay.
Or Entertainment, I think. Part of it, I think. Sorry.
Right. And this location, you will have 12 slot machines, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the other one you have 7?
10.
10. Okay. Okay. All right. Your background was clear. I didn't actually have any questions about this. Right now, you have a space lease agreement. You're moving to a participation agreement, hence your application. Are you, tell me a little bit about this place. Who is the current landlord?
I own the property. Currently, I do not operate a business there. It's licensed with a previous operator with Golden Gaming as a space lease. So this will be a new location for my business.
Okay. All right, gentlemen, any questions for Mr. Coleman?
I'd like to just touch upon Mr. Coleman's background, how he got into the business. I know it was already mentioned you operate Alturas Bar. Is that the one on 4th Street?
Yes. Yep. Right next to Big Ed's. I think it's rumored, at least. We could never confirm it, but that it's the oldest operating bar in Reno.
Oh. Do you own the building as well there?
I do not. I do not. Alice Myrie and Jim Weeks own the building. They started Big Ed's. They had a steakhouse in Reno and started Big Ed's, and they've owned the building. And I'd love to buy it someday, but Alice doesn't sell any property, and she's in her 90s.
She's hoarding it.
You know, she loves it a lot, and I understand because her husband was Jim Week's partner. So I think there's a
So
lot
how
of
did
emotion.
how did you start out with that business then? Did you ever have another bar business before that?
I know I purchased that business. I saw it listed. I have a tech background, and just kind of got burnt out on that at the time, and saw that on Biz Buy Sell and said, hey, this would be something fun. I've actually always wanted to be in hospitality and bars and gaming. You know, I saw a PBS documentary on Sheldon Adelson when I was a kid. Read up about Bill Hara and Kerkorian, and just the entrepreneurship and self-made ability in this state, in this great industry, just always attracted me from that point on. So it's always kind of been a dream of mine, and I love hospitality in that industry. So kind of fit together the best of both worlds with the little bars.
That's a great story. Were you raised in Reno?
I know. I grew up mostly in Chandler, Arizona. I was a small child in Maryland.
Okay. And then you had the good fortune to be able to move to Northern Nevada.
Absolutely.
And then in terms of the location that we're talking about up in Lemon Valley now, what is the name going to change?
The name is currently the Wayside Bar, and the name will be the Gold River Bar.
Okay. And you're just looking to sort of replicate your success there as you've done at Alturas, I imagine.
Yeah, you know, it's little success, but it's good. It builds steady. So just love to keep operating and do good service for the customers and the employees. And just found if you give a little extra, we do health insurance for full-time employees at Alturas, and you give a little extra and people give back. So
and there's a lot of growth. There's a lot of growth out there too.
Oh yeah.
As there's been some business growth in that 4th Street area as well. So
yeah, we've worked hard on that area in 4th Street with the Reno Brewery Association. It's just an informal group, but you know, I got the good fortune of having the end cap there for the mural. I sponsored that on the building, and the landlord said that was good. So it's good to see everything evolve. And you know, 4th Street when I first got there was very rough, and it's a lot better now. So
it's definitely been evolving. It's been a nice change there. Well, as Chair Morgan mentioned, I didn't have any concerns either with your background. All came back very clean. So thank you for being here today, and thank you for your comments. Chair Morgan, I didn't have anything else.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to note something. It looks like these were all taken care of, but there were a couple of liens that were included in our background information. Potentially just liens that they've all been satisfied, but did they occur? And maybe you just explain to us the circumstances behind those. Were you
Sure.
aware of those at the time, or did you only become aware once you sold the property?
The 7900 Citrus Meadow was the first single family rental property I owned. I had a condo before that, but I didn't quite understand what was being paid when. I went through a number of property managers and thought that they were paying those fees. And I did a refinance on that property and paid off some of the liens, and then had a new property manager and thought they were paying them, and that's where those arose. So I've learned I need to put utilities in the landlord when it comes to water and sewer. The other property, I was a very minority owner in and worked to do a lot of the remodeling in that property as well. It was the first commercial property that I was involved in. So just kind of learned that. The property I have now has a hair salon tenant and the former bar tenant, or the bar tenant, and I put the water or the sewer in the landlord. So.
All right. Mr. Coleman, have you had an opportunity to review the 2 conditions?
What were those? I believe I have, but.
That a sign of appropriate size, which has been administratively approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or Chair's designee, must be at the entrance to the location, indicating that slot machines are available to the public for play and that patrons are not required to pay a cover charge to engage in gaming.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and then the other was the key employee or the manager requirement.
Correct. If an equity owner is no longer functioning as a key employee, that it be on
Mhm.
file within 60 days. Okay. I actually had some questions for Golden on this item, and I don't know if Miss Gilland is still on or if she can be transferred over. Mr. Gutwald, are you aware of some of the concerns that we had with regard to notification of new business operators or landlords?
I am, and it looks like Ms. Gilland has joined us, so she can address that.
Okay, great.
I'm sorry, would you repeat?
Sure, Ms. Gilland, our report identified a couple of areas of concern with regard to Cardivan LLC, which is, I know, it's a subsidiary of Sartini, of not notifying the board of changes in business operators and in landlords at this location. Can you?
Yes, that is unfortunately accurate. I went back and did a review. We were notified. There was a change from Mad Holdings to JT Bart's with some of the same individuals involved in both entities. And we were actually notified in mid-December of 2019. And our licensing admin basically went about working on a license for the change in the ownership. Did not get all the information from the prior owner that was requested, so made the assumption that she could not file the change of ownership without all that information. That's been corrected. We'll now file the change of ownership information with the information we have timely. So if somebody does not provide us information timely, they're going to have an issue with getting a license through us. That said, that assumption has been corrected. Then basically about that same time, Mr. Coleman's application was filed at about the exact same time. So the assumption was made that that would override that. That's been corrected. I do want to note that this bar has not, to the best of my knowledge, has not been open since March 16th. So for what it's worth, there wasn't active gaming with incorrect licensing. The owner did not timely notify us of any change of ownership prior to that date. Okay. That is a requirement under our contracts. So we are doing our absolute best to make sure that's followed.
Okay. And so in the future, I think you mentioned this, but even if you don't have all of the information, you'll at least still notify the board that you're aware of a change of a business operator or aware of a change of landlord and be able to supplement that with the information.
Yes, we'll be filing the letter of notice and indicate that we're working on it. And if somebody doesn't participate, they have an issue with us.
Okay. All right. Any questions for Ms. Gillen or Mr. Coleman or Mr. Gutwald? All right. If not, then I will seek a motion for approval.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Acting Secretary Ferrato, conditioned as follows. A sign of appropriate size, which has been administratively approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board chair or the chair's designee, must be at the entrance to the location, indicating that the slot machines are available to the public to play and that the patrons are not required to pay a cover charge to engage in gaming. Also, if an equity owner is no longer functioning as a key employee for this location, a key employee application must be filed within 60 days and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chairwoman Morgan?
Aye. Thank you.
And thanks to Agent Peters for his good work on this. He was a delight and very thorough.
Yeah, definitely. And thank you very much, everybody, and definitely to Agent Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Thank you all. All right, Mr. Ferrato, restricted item number 2, please.
Restricted number 2 are the applications of Intercapital Development, Inc. for a transfer of interest and Janet Pavlich and Andrew Payne Hall for licensure as shareholders.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrato. I think we'll wait for Mr. Hall, Ms. Pavlich, and their counsel to join us.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman. This is Tim O'Reilly, counsel for the applicant. We're on the phone. I think we're waiting for the video to connect as well right now.
Okay, we can see you, Mr. O'Reilly. Hello.
Hi there. I can't see you.
Is that Miss Pavlich next to you?
Thank you, Chairwoman. I have Ms. Pavlich with me. Also in the room with me is Mr. Rich Hall as well as Mr. Andrew Hall.
Oh,
If with your permission, I'll move forward with a brief presentation and open up with any questions.
That'd be great, Mr. O'Reilly. Just to confirm, can you see us now?
I cannot, no.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go ahead and proceed. I'm sure you can watch this on YouTube later if you want to, if you want to have a video. But we can see all of you just fine.
Okay, very well. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Morgan, Member Johnson, Member Casares, and Supervisor Ferraro. My name is Tim O'Reilly of the O'Reilly Law Group. With me this morning on behalf of Intercapital Development, DBA is Goldfinger's Bar and Grill, is Mr. Rich Hall. Mr. Hall is trustee of the Hall Gaming Trust, currently owns 100% interest in Intercapital Development. If this application is granted, then Mr. Rich Hall's ownership will be reduced to 80%. Also with me this afternoon is Janet Pavlich, as well as Andrew Hall. As an initial matter, I would like to thank Agent Brian Smith, Agent David Bradford, and your team in performing an extremely thorough and in-depth investigation. The purpose of this application is to request approval of the transfer of 20% of the ownership of Intercapital Development. 10% of the transfer, if approved, would be to Janet, and the remaining 10%, if approved, would be to Andrew Hall. As you are aware by the investigation, Ms. Pavlich has been working with Mr. Rich Hall for many years and reports directly to Mr. Rich Hall. Rich and Janet meet often in regards to the business operation, and she deals daily with each of the 3 locations in which Rich is involved. As Janet has informed you, in and through the investigation, she has had some financial setbacks in her lifetime. Her husband has been unemployed, and various members of her family have lived with her at various times. So these challenges have created some financial setbacks, which she has worked hard to resolve and has in fact worked out over the years. As to any accounts that were in collections, this issue has been resolved. Janet historically did not run credit scores to determine what had and had not been sent to collections. She did the best she could and persevered until all known issues were resolved. As to Andrew Hall, Andrew has worked with his father, Rich, in our industry for the last 20 years. He started as a line cook and has and continued to work his way up in the process. As part of the growing up process, he has learned certain life lessons. I trust that your investigative report included the details about the issues that Andrew has addressed and resolved without any remaining issues or obligations. As Andrew expressed, he was previously a homeowner and was not adequately focused on the entire process and responsibility of being a homeowner. He has learned a few lessons over the last few years. As a result, he did in the past have accounts go into collections related to a previous residence. Andrew has fully addressed these issues as well as an issue with medical bills that was also sent to collections. Finally, as this board is aware, Janet and Andrew previously were approved to each own a 10% interest in KSRD Tavern, LLC, which is Mulligan's Pub, and also to each own a 10% interest in KSR Tavern, LLC, which is Mulligan's Border. Janet and Andrew each obtained 10% interest in each entity. The application for those transfers were submitted on or about August 10th, 2018. This application for the Goldfinger property was submitted on or about February 26, 2019. Licensees were approved for the Mulligan's properties for both Janet and Andrew at the March 28, 2019, the Gaming Commission meeting. Due to the multiple pending transfers, significant overlap in timing of the approvals, and the fact Rich Hall was dealing with employees of many, many years, Rich Hall concluded to collect the funds for those transfers once all 3 set of applications for all 3 locations were complete. Having said that, the payments of the previous approved licenses for Janet and Rich has come up during the course of this investigation. and Rich determined, after discussing it with me, to collect the funds from Janet and Andrew for the transfers related to KSRD Tavern LLC and KSR Tavern LLC, the Mulligan properties. Consequently, this issue has now been addressed. We thank you for your time and your commitment to our Nevada gaming industry. We are here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much for that overview, Mr. O'Reilly. You definitely addressed, I know, some of the questions that I and the other board members may have. So you discussed the appointment of the LLC managers without commission approvals and prior transfers of interest. I don't have any additional questions on that. Does either board member have a question on that particular issue? You addressed well, I don't know if you talked about the funding of the membership interest, but I want to talk to Ms. Pavlich and Andrew Hall, kind of just specifically about more about the those credit accounts and collections. I know, Mr. O'Reilly, you gave an overview, but I just wanted to assure that Ms. Pavlich understands that, you know, that could go to the board's recommendation with regard to proper business probity, competence, experience, and just being of overall, you know, and honest integrity and keeping up to date on those bills. And so are you saying that those bills that went into collections were due to the circumstances related to your ex-husband at the time?
No, that was not. I was unaware of the 2 collection accounts I had. Once I became aware, I immediately took care of it. And what I've done going forward is I've signed up with Equifax, so that way I get constant alerts if anything's going on with my credit, to avoid this happening in the future.
Okay, and so did you learn of the credit accounting collections because of this investigation?
That is correct.
Okay, okay. All right.
I have not purchased anything. Oh, go ahead.
No, please, I didn't hear you.
I just haven't made any major purchases that it would have, I didn't check my credit regularly. So that's why I signed up with Equifax, to make sure that this doesn't happen in the future.
Okay, and all of your creditors have been paid off?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, Mr. Hall, Mr. Andrew Hall?
Yes. Chairwoman, can you see him?
No, I know he's to your left, John, but
Very well.
all right, now we can.
I'll slide in over here. You're welcome.
And I'm sure you heard my question of Ms. Pavlich. Same for you. I noticed we had a number of credit accounts in collection. Did you learn of those accounts due to our investigation?
Yes, that is how I learned of those credits that I had to take care of. Basically, when I was living in my other house, I didn't forward my mail address and didn't take care of it as well as I should, which I have learned better about. And similar to her, I did sign up for Credit Karma so I can keep track of my credit, so I can see, anything that goes on there, any collections that would show up, so I can take care of them either before they go into collections or as soon as they do. I have taken care of all of those collections that were on my report there.
Okay. And if you wouldn't mind just both sharing with me, what's the level of involvement that you're going to have at this property?
I'm the director of operations, so I oversee all 3 of them.
And how often do you visit each property daily, or do you rotate?
I do every day, go to all 3 properties.
Okay. And Mr. Hall?
I usually spend anywhere from 1 to 2 hours at each property.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm the general manager of the 2 properties, and I basically I go in every day. Some days I do work. I spend 8 hours working on the bar at the various locations. But I do usually try to make it a point to go in every day. If it's not every day, I will go stop at each location every other day.
All right. Thank you. Any questions from the board members for Ms. Pavlich or Mr. Hall?
I do have a couple of follow-up questions on the delinquent accounts. I heard a response from Mr. Hall as to perhaps why he wasn't ever aware or notified that some of his accounts were in collections. And you suggested that you had moved and you hadn't provided a forwarding address. Did they not try to reach you via phone?
I never received phone calls from them. I don't know if it was still, because at the time I did have a landline back then, which I got rid of, and I may have given them my landline to get a hold of me. So if that were the case, then I never received phone calls from them and never received any mail from them.
For a time, I was getting phone calls for somebody else they were trying to reach on collection. So maybe they were trying to reach you because they clearly had the wrong number and they would not.
If that were the case, I apologize for that.
Same question, Ms. Pavlich, then. What's the source or perhaps the reason why you weren't able to be reached?
I wasn't aware of them until I looked at my credit report. I was kind of taken back on both of them. I was not aware.
So you weren't getting letters or they weren't being sent to a incorrect address or anything like that? Okay.
Not that I don't have anything.
Okay, thank you for that.
All right, anything else? All right, if there's no other questions, Mr. O'Reilly, any closing comments?
Chairwoman, just would like to appreciate your time as well as the board time, as well as your staff's time in terms of investigating this application, and we appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Mr. O'Reilly. It's nice to see you. I think the last time I saw you was before the Athletic Commission a few years ago, so nice to see you again.
Nice to see you as well. Thank you.
All right, I will entertain a motion.
Chair Morgan, I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Acting Secretary Ferraro.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Member Saros?
Aye.
Chairwoman Morgan?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Ferraro, please read in restricted item number 3.
Restricted number 3 is the application of Blue Sky Investment LLC doing business as Sunset Mini Mart for a restricted gaming license and Meher Faraj Hayawi for licensure as sole member and manager.
Right, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brown.
David Brown, with me is Mr. Hayawi. We appreciate everyone's time and wish you all a good afternoon. We'd also like to start by thanking Mr. Peters for helping us throughout the investigation. He was wonderful and also gave us a snapshot of what you probably are going to want to hear about. So we wanted to be a little bit proactive. I will say Mr. Hayawi speaks excellent English. It's his 4th language, so he doesn't speak it perfectly. So on a couple of the points I'm just going to make at the beginning, but he's of course here and happy to answer any questions. Okay. In regards to the lawsuit, it is the one in the Superior Court of California. Mr. Hayawi apologizes for not including that in the initial application. That was a case where Mr. Hayawi was approached by a friend of a friend to provide a loan. He loaned this individual a large sum of money. The individual never made good on the payment. Mr. Hayawi was later approached by a collection company who said after he'd already given up on the debt, he then, I guess, retained the collection company who was going to work on a contingency. He was unaware that a lawsuit was actually filed or what was going on. To this day, he's never received $1 back of the money that was loaned. The collection company was driving the boat on the lawsuit, and he wasn't aware. There was no reason for him not to disclose it, but he apologizes for that mistake. In regards as well to the former employee, you'll forgive me for butchering the name, Milad Abdalmaseh. Milad was let go in June of this year. Again, Mr. Hayawi apologizes and recognizes he probably should have made that decision quite some time earlier. Milad is the brother of one of his best friends and partners in other businesses, and he felt an obligation. But in June, they parted ways, and Milad has no business relationship with Mr. Hayawi on any of his other businesses as well. And he's able to answer any questions that you have at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brown. To start with the lawsuit in the Superior Court of California, I think in Sacramento, just for the record, so I know it wasn't disclosed initially, but you were the plaintiff, Mr. Hayawi, right? And received it, and you're nodding yes, just for the record, and you received a default judgment around 70.
I just find out I have the judgment against him now in the investigation.
Okay. But you paid a collection company $2,000 to collect on that judgment?
Yes, I paid them. They say they're gonna go after him so they can get the money back, but I don't know how they get after him.
Okay, when did you pay the collection company $2,000?
And I believe was in 2017. I know you have your record over there.
Okay. And they're still attempting to obtain that judgment?
Yeah, they're still looking after him. I don't know how this work.
Well, maybe your counsel next to you can help you out with that. But just to be clear, going forward, if you choose to expand or go into other gaming establishments, when we ask about litigation, it's any and all, even if you were a successful or prevailing party. We just want to make sure that we understand all legal matters that you're involved in. Any questions from either board member on that item that was not reported? Okay. So I want to talk about World Beverage Company a little bit. I know that your partner is, let's see, is it Fadi? That's your partner?
Yeah.
Okay. And Fadi's brother then is Milad?
Yes.
Okay. And you and Fadi are partners in World Beverage Company, correct?
Yes. Yes.
But Fadi and Mihad will have are not going to be involved in Sunset Mini Mart.
No.
Okay. Did they ever plan to be involved?
No.
Okay, so when they were, what I'm trying to confirm is, are they not involved because of our investigation, or did you plan to do this?
No,
on your
I
own
just,
from the beginning?
I think he doesn't have financially, doesn't have another income to do, to go into other businesses. So me and him, we just have one business together.
Okay, okay. And why was Milad terminated?
Just too many things going on, and we decided to let it go.
Okay.
Especially you guys concerned about him to be working with where's the gaming over there.
So there is gaming at World Beverage Company?
Yes.
Okay. Do you and Fadi have any other businesses together?
No.
So let's talk about World Beverage a little bit again, because I know you had initially had a limited license there. Came to the board and commission in 2016. But that license, is that still active? So are you saying that there's gaming at World Beverage Company today?
Yeah, there's gaming. We started the business together, me and Fadi, and we opened the liquor store. I was just like an investor over there. So Fadi was the one who's going to run the whole show. The workers, he worked there, he, do the whole thing. So after 1 year, we got another year of restructuring license. And he decided to quit, to find another job. So he was working sometime there, sometime not. So he missed a couple payments. That's what I thought. He missed a couple payments for the gaming board, like, the annually or the monthly, the 3-month payment. And, I tell him, you know what, you're not there, I'm not there. So we have to decide to let it go, the license. We surrendered the license, I think, in June 2017.
So you have a slot rat operator there now?
Yes, yeah. Well, on July 5, we signed a contract with the slot rat operator, Space Lease.
Okay. So from 2017 to July 5th of 2020, there was no gaming there?
Yeah, it's gaming from, I think they got approval, the Center Gaming, they got their approval, I think, December 2017.
Okay.
Or January, somewhere there, January 18 or December. And they put the machine back in there.
And for this new place where you're wanting to operate now, Sunset Mini Mart, do you want to use a slot? Do you plan on using a slot rat operator?
They already have existing machines there, so really, if I want to, just keep my machines over there, and it's already included in the purchase price, and I want to operate the machines over there.
So you want to operate them yourself. So tell me what's going to be different then from 2017 when you or Fadi didn't have the time to ensure that the taxes were being paid properly back in 2017. What's different now?
Different, I wasn't involved back then. I wasn't involved in anything. Even the license was restricted. I wasn't gonna get involved in anything in that store. Now I'm gonna be the one who's gonna run it. Is gonna, do everything. And I'm doing all this for my other business. I never have any problem.
Right now, the biggest difference is going to be that Mr. Hayawi is going to be a full-time worker at this store. The other store, he was intending to be a passive investor, and that's where the problems occurred. This store, you won't have to look towards anyone other than him for who's going to be responsible. He's going to be there every single day, a 40-hour week. This is, not just an investment. This is his job.
Okay. And that's accurate, Mr. Hayawi, what your counsel just stated?
Yes, I actually, as you guys see my record, I sold my other businesses. I got rid of all of them. I have only one car wash. My brother's gonna run it, and I'm gonna be, full time for the other store I'm doing right now.
All right. Board members, any questions for Mr. Brown or Mr. Hayawi?
Mr. Brown, Mr. Hawaii, just want to check how are things coming along with the workers' compensation coverage for the employees? Any issues there with keeping that coverage current?
Everything good, yes, sir.
Mr. Brown, is that your understanding?
That's my understanding as well. He's up to date on that.
All right, thank you.
Just to beat this one up just a little bit more, Mr. Abdelmasi, right? Mr. Milad, yes? So he was terminated recently. I didn't quite understand the reason for that termination.
I don't know if he find another job and we have to let her go. So I checked with his brother. Like his last check was in June 30th. And even I called the bookkeeper to confirm. He said, yeah, his last check was June 30th.
So he actually resigned then, is what you're saying?
It both, like kind of put a pressure on him. So we have to let him go.
Do you have any intention of bringing, you already mentioned he's not a part of any of your other business operations. Just want to understand, is there any intent or possibility of him resurfacing at any of your businesses?
In the meantime, no needed. Yeah, no needed. I don't think we're going to bring him back, after this thing happened.
Okay. So there's no intent
No
to
intent.
bring him back.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Cause I very much like that he's no longer in your employ, frankly. And strongly feel it should stay that way. So if something changes, please let us know.
Sure.
I didn't have anything further on that, Chair Morgan.
All right, thank you, Member Katsaros. Member Johnson, anything else? No? All right, Mr. Brown, any closing comments?
No, we just once again thank everybody for their time and their consideration. We really appreciate all that you guys do.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, I will entertain a motion.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Acting Secretary Ferraro and conditioned as follows. Prior to the issuance of the state gaming license, the licensee shall enter into a service contract with a licensed slot rod operator. The term of the contract shall be for at least a 1-year period of time. And the licensee shall demonstrate successful completion of a regulatory compliance seminar for restricted licensees, which is deemed acceptable to the Nevada Gaming Control Board chair or the chair's designee within 90 days of the issuance of the state gaming license. This condition may be administratively extended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board chair or the chair's designee.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chairwoman Morgan?
Aye. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ferraro, I think that brings us to restricted item number 6.
Correct. Restricted number 6 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 39138 for a restricted gaming license, and the applications of JPM Mart 2 LLC for licensure to receive a percentage of revenue, and John Patrick McGrail as sole member and manager as noted on the agenda.
Right, thank you. I believe we have Mr. Donato here for Mr. McGrail. We'll wait for Mr. McGrail to join us. Mr. Donato, I'm assuming he's not there with you, correct?
He is
Okay,
not.
good.
He should be joining.
There we go.
Now.
You guys hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you. All right, Mr. Donato, we have an application here for a restricted gaming license for Mr. McGrail and JPM Mart 2 LLC.
That's correct. So Jeff Donato for the record here with the applicant, Mr. McGrail. Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman Morgan, members of the board, acting secretary. We're here before you today for Mr. McGrail for his second location. He was previously before you back in 2008 for his first location, where he is sharing in revenue at that location under Century Gaming. And this is his second location where he would like to share in revenue as well. He's using the services of Century Gaming.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. McGrail.
Hello, good
So
afternoon.
this is a new location that you want to expand to have about 5 machines in the northwest area of town, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I know you've been licensed before. I think you were last licensed in 2009, but we had some things that were revealed in your investigation regarding some tax liens from a federal tax lien and some local government liens. Are you aware of those?
Yes, I am now. Well, and I was at the time when they were resolved as well.
So can you tell us what happened there?
Sure, there's a couple different instances here. So the local government liens were all, I believe, from Republic Services Trash Company, if I remember correctly, and from 2010 and early 2011. And when I had bought that house, I set it up on an auto payment on my credit card. And then the credit card number got changed. I might have lost it and they replaced it. By the time I had it corrected, or they notified me that the credit card payment wasn't going through, I had to update with them a new payment source. So when all that came to my attention, I decided to stop putting it on credit card and just have it auto pay from the bank account, because that information is always the same. Numbers never change, expiration date never changes. And since then, there've been no other issues with those. And then,
Okay, so I see that there were a couple with Republic Services and then a couple on a sewer lien as well. And so did you receive any notices, mail, collection notices before a lien was actually filed on the property?
if I think I had it set up on paperless billing. So if I got an email, I might have skipped it by mistake, thinking that it was on auto pay and that everything was fine. And it was just my monthly statement or quarterly statement, however they send them. So yeah, I believe you're correct. One of them was for City of Las Vegas Sewer as well. But once I set all those on auto pay from the checking account instead of on credit cards, then they've all been current and there've been no more issues.
Okay, what about the issue with business payroll taxes back in
So-
2010?
Right, that one I did not become aware of until Mr. Donato helped me prepare my application for you guys. And that's for a time period at a business that I was no longer operating. You'll notice the address was on South Maryland Parkway. That was my prior business, which was sold in 2007. And it's for a tax period, fourth quarter of 2008, when I was no longer operating a business there for over a year at that point. So I'm not sure if they had my name mixed up with the current owner who was operating that business under a similar DBA, or if somebody used my tax number at that address without my knowledge. But I'm confident that I have no tax liability for that lien at all.
So it appears, well, at least our reports indicate that the lien was released in July of 2010, but you're saying you never contributed to that payment in order to release that lien.
No, I think that if I remember correctly, I had my CPA investigate it and question whether that was mine or not. And maybe that's how it cleared up, or I actually don't recall that one ever. I don't remember ever seeing that until early, last year when my attorney found it on the record search.
But you don't remember paying anything to get that lien released?
No, because it was never my liability.
Okay. All right. Board members, any questions for Mr. McGrail? No? All right. I don't have anything else. Do you have any, gentlemen, any closing comments?
Just like to thank Agent Finlayson for all her help during the investigation process.
Yeah,
And-
thank you all for taking the time to hear me out today.
All right. And Mr. McGrail, you're going to be splitting your time then between both locations?
They're both on the same street up there on North Durango. They're about 1.92 miles away from each other.
Okay.
So I'm back and forth between the two stores all day, every day.
All right, great. All right, with that, then I will entertain a motion.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Acting Secretary Furado.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chairwoman Morgan?
Aye.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Furado, restricted item number 8, please.
Restricted number 8 is the application of Eclipse Route Operations LLC, doing business as Eclipse Gaming, doing business at US Gas 8 for a restricted gaming license.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Choi. Are you appearing alone today on this item?
No, Mr. Winchell should be on as well.
Okay.
I see that he's on, as long as he unmutes and shows video.
All
There
right.
he is.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Winchell.
Good afternoon, members of the board.
All right. So I know that we have an application before us for you to have machines at US Gas on South Rainbow. Is that accurate,
Correct.
Ms. Choi? Okay.
Correct.
Or I don't. All right. So it's my understanding that the business operator may have changed since the application was filed.
Correct. They are currently selling their interest. So Mrs. Orley Jackson will be selling her interest to Mrs. Lizette Emile. The transfer hasn't occurred just yet. They're waiting for licensing approval through the liquor licenses. But once that is finalized, we will go ahead and notify the board of that transfer, and they will subsequently be applying for their own gaming license at the locations as well. So.
Okay. I was curious to know what Eclipse Gaming is doing. I know you have a robust kind of slot route operation, and Mr. Winchell, I know you're involved in other have other restricted locations as well, on how you are kind of managing the health and safety guidelines based on COVID mitigation measures, and what you're doing that from a slot route operator perspective, and then what you're doing at your own restricted location.
Right. I think, we've had some challenges in regards to compliance on some of that stuff that we've been working through. And I'm happy to walk you through those as well if you want to talk about that. But really, it's come down to, we've put out recently we've put out memorandums that we've gone through to each frontline employee and had them sign off on exactly how to handle issues of health, in particular in the application of masks. And really, we did that because if you look back from when locations opened up from the COVID shutdown, there was really an inconsistent message that was being portrayed by different agencies. When I say different agencies, I mean, we'd have business license techs from the various cities that we operate in would come out and give frontline employees different opinions about how to apply masks or different aspects of that. And then you'd have health department come out and tell you a different set of not consistent opinions on how you apply those. And of course, you had OSHA and county officials. And so really the message became difficult from a frontline employee on compliance for those reasons. And then we ran into a little trouble on the mask compliance in our Laughlin location. We decided, this is the time we need to go through and each location meet with individuals and get them to sign off on all the front lines. So they're in line with what you're supposed to do and not have their own opinion from talking to, for example, licensed technician. And then while we were doing that, we subsequently were started in the Las Vegas Valley because we could hit the most locations the fastest. And then in Mesquite, we had a similar issue come up because we hadn't gotten there yet. And then what we discovered from going around and meeting with all our frontline employees is that the vast majority of them in Las Vegas were doing a phenomenal job. The outlying communities that were smaller were having difficulty with guests complying to these, particularly the mask order. And so we had to really kind of address that in a more substantial way. And I know, like for example, my Mesquite location, they ended up having 4 individuals that were very difficult guests to comply with, and they subsequently 86 them. So really, it's a case by case, and it's been with its challenges, and we do feel like we're getting our arms around that. I hope that answers your question.
No, it does, Mr. Winchell. I just wanted you to know, for not only yourself but any gaming licensee, if there's any questions that you have of the board, obviously we're going to be consistent with our guidance. But if you feel that as a gaming licensee you're getting inconsistent opinions or directives from other agencies, please don't hesitate to contact our enforcement division or the board's administrative offices, because we of course want to kind of give clear guidance. And I know there's a lot of different agencies that have jurisdictions over businesses, and I know that collectively, not just as the county but as a state, we want to make sure that people are giving you the right message. But if you have any questions, you can always call the board, and you can definitely double and triple check any directives that are being issued to you as a gaming licensee.
Right, and that's gotten better over time. Because really, in the beginning, that it became a issue, and a lot of times they would talk to frontline employees, and we wouldn't even know they talked to them, and they were changing the way they were doing things because of these conversations, and it just became a management issue at that point.
And I know it's unfortunate that you mentioned some of the kind of outlying jurisdictions are having issues with guests, because I know that your employees, I'm sure they just want to go to work and do what they do, and then don't have to want to confront guests who don't want to wear face coverings. But as has been very well reported, Nevada, specifically Clark County, is still above 10% in our percentage positives. And in order for us to be able to get back to the way things were when and if that happens, it's going to be imperative that we try to slow that spread. So appreciate at least the work that your employees are doing to try to encourage guests. But I know there's definitely some individual responsibility that's required of guests as they enter these establishments, and hopefully as businesses will be able to use the governor's directives to refuse service to those people who choose not to comply.
Right.
Do either board members have any questions for Mr. Winchell or Ms. Choi?
No.
All right. With that, then I will seek a motion for approval.
There is a condition on here.
Did you all have an opportunity to review the condition? Do you have any issues with that?
None.
What is the, let me see.
About the surveillance system or mirror being inspected and approved?
Yeah, we'll make sure that's done.
That's a standard one.
Yeah.
Okay. Chair Morgan, I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Acting Secretary Ferrato, conditioned that the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter being maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chairwoman Morgan?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ferrato, restricted item number 10.
Restricted number 10 is the determination to call Jean Zinn forward for a finding of suitability as a landlord as noted on the agenda.
All right, thank you. I see we have Mr. Supervisor Stackpole on and Ms. Gillen from Sartini on.
Hello.
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 Good afternoon,
Are you is this Jean or Jason Zinn?
Yeah, it's him. Yeah.
Okay. And I placed this matter on the agenda as to see if the board would recommend having the commission decide to call you forward for a finding of suitability as a landlord. Ms. Gillen, just for the record, you have a space lease agreement with JKE Entertainment LLC doing business as All Star Bar and Grill in Carson City. Is that accurate?
Yes, we do. The machines are currently turned off.
Okay. And when were the machines turned off?
On August 17th.
Okay. Mr. Zinn, do you have you ever had any interaction with Gaming Control Board agents at All Star Bar and Grill?
No. There was two gentlemen that came in at one point, and one man came about 20 feet in, and then the other guy came around the bar to the entrance of the bar, but they didn't announce who they were. They didn't show any credentials, and they said that they knew Jason. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, Jen, sir, what is your name? The
William
gentleman speaking?
William Pedonic. I'm an employee.
Yeah, he worked, they tried to help out.
And I'm sorry, William, can you spell your last name for the record, please?
P is in Paul, I-D-A-N-I-C-K.
All right, I'm going to move right now to Supervisor Stackpole, who's with our Enforcement Division. Mr. Stackpole,
Yes.
would you mind giving the board a summary of some of the observations and inspections the Enforcement Division has taken at the All-Star Bar and Grill in Carson City?
Yeah, we prior to this interaction, we came in approximately a week earlier, did some observations. At that time, there were, I believe, 6 people at the bar. Nobody was wearing a mask. Jason was the bartender at the time. Had a conversation with him. He wasn't wearing a mask properly also. Discussed with him what was required for compliance, that all the customers needed to wear a mask, the shuffling of the mask in between drinks. He was very, very kind at the time. I didn't know he was the owner at the time. So after I left, I called the bar back up to speak to the owner. It turned out it was Jason. We had another great interaction. He told me he was going to do whatever he needed to be in compliance. I advised him that I'd be back at a later date to follow up and assure compliance.
Okay, Mr. Stackpole, just for the record's sake, would that be on August 11th?
Yeah, I have the case file here.
That's fine. And it was you personally that conducted the inspection. It wasn't one of your agents?
No, it was me personally.
Okay. Okay, now please continue.
So then myself and Agent Brace returned on the 17th. We came in. When we came into the bar, there were 2 gentlemen at the bar and Jason was behind the bar. Nobody again had a mask on at the time. We entered the bar. I heard Jason say, "Oh no." The 2 gentlemen at the bar started to put on their mask. One guy had to reach into his pocket to get the mask. The other person slid his mask up. I went to the end of the bar to talk to Jason at the same place I spoke to him before. First thing he told us is they were closed, which may or may not have been true. We had no trouble getting in. I asked him to come down to the bar and talk to me. I said, we talked last week. He wouldn't come down and talk to me. I explained to him from the Gaming Control Board. We spoke last week. We were talking about compliance. I once again mentioned I was from the board. Shortly therein, Jason demanded that we leave, get the expletive out several times. I asked him a couple times to calm down just so we could talk about it. He refused to even approach me. He was probably in the middle of the bar, so probably 10, 15 feet away. Kept telling us to get out. So quickly thereafter, we started to walk out. I stopped about halfway out and I confirmed, "Are you sure you want to throw the Gaming Control Board out of your bar?" Once again, get the expletive out. At that time, Agent Brace and I left. We went to our car. As we were in the car, Jason came out to the parking lot to follow up with us some more. Explained to him why I was there again, told him I was following up for mask compliance. He seemed to calm down a little bit, and then he left. Surprisingly enough, on the way out, when he was done, he said, "Bless you," and he left. But that's the whole thing in a nutshell.
Okay, so when you were there the first time on August 11th, you did identify yourself as being an agent with the Gaming Control Board or
Absolutely.
supervisor with the Gaming Control Board.
Absolutely, both times.
And so when
the
you
second
were,
time I attempted to, yeah.
I'm sorry, can you
The
repeat that
second
again?
time I attempted to, and I verbally identified myself. He wouldn't come up to see my badge. He wouldn't even approach me.
Okay, but you were physically present both times on August 11th and August 17th.
Yes.
Okay. And I know that we're on a Zoom call now, but is the gentleman, I know it looks like it says Carl Chung as his name, but is that Jason Zinn, the gentleman that you spoke with on August 11th and August 17th?
Yes.
Okay. Member Katsaris, Member Johnson, do either of you have any questions for Mr. Stackpole at this time?
No questions for Mr. Stackpole at this time.
Okay, so Mr. Zinn, you just heard what Mr. Stackpole, who's a supervisor in our enforcement division, how he described his interactions with you. Do you disagree with anything he said? Did you tell him to get the expletive out of your establishment twice on August 17th?
Yeah, on 17, that day, I think it was 1:30 in the afternoon. One of my friend Bill was here, and another gentleman from Reno, my friend, we were here. We're not open. So the two gentlemen came in, and they walked into the different direction. I was scared. I think it's the robbery or what, because I don't know that. And I'm kind of nervous. And they say, I ask them to leave. That's why, yeah. We're not open. It's my friend. We just, he come from Reno. We just sit here, and suddenly the two gentlemen came here. I was, to be honest, I was scared, and what's going on? And then I asked them leave, and then they told me they work for giving control for whatever. So, and I say, we're not open. And we just.
Sorry, what was that last part after you said they told you they were with gaming control? What did you say?
I just before that I asked them to leave. We are not open. Yeah. So and then he told me, oh, we work for blah blah blah. I think they walk out, and that's the situation. I talked to I'm sorry, we are not open. I refuse to do the whatever.
So to be clear, you knew that they were with the gaming control board when you told them to get out.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, board members, any questions for Mr. Zinn?
Yeah, I just want to go over the timeline just briefly again. And to confirm that, again, what Supervisor Stackpole just described, there's nothing there in that timeline or the description of those events that you disagree with, correct?
Do you agree with what he said? What that gentleman said? Do you agree with what he said?
Yeah, I agree, sir.
Okay, so no one's, there was inspections done, masks were not worn by employees and by patrons. You asked very sternly with some expletives to get out, and you knew gaming control board was present.
Oh, no, I don't know that at that time. I don't know. They're working for.
I don't remember them announcing themselves or anything like that until after they were in here and they were on their way out.
Yeah, after that. So if he told me I work for gaming control board, I don't perform like that. I respect you guys' hard work.
Okay, so so you're saying when you threw him out or asked him to leave, you're saying at that moment you did not believe they were gaming control board.
I don't know if at that time I don't know them work for the gaming. Yeah.
Okay.
That's true.
I don't have any questions just yet further on that, Chair Morgan.
All right, I have a couple. And Mr. Stackpole, did you identify yourself as an Agent Brace as being with the gaming control board when you went in for your second inspection?
I identified myself several times and tried to remind of our interaction previous week.
Okay. All right, I have a question for Mr. Santz. I just wanted to be clear about the board's authority with regard to recommending that someone be called forward. I think it's NRS 463-162-5A allows the board and commission to require a finding of suitability or the licensing of a person who owns an interest in the premises of a licensed establishment or who owns any interest in real property used by a licensed establishment where the person leases the property directly to the licensee or through an intermediary. Would that apply to the situation right now with Mr. Zinn and his space lease agreement with Sartini Gaming?
That is correct, Madam Chair. My understanding is that he is the landlord of the premises.
All right. Ms. Gilland, I just wanted to get a better understanding of what Sartini was aware of with regard to the 2 inspections that occurred on the 11th and the 17th of August.
Sure. Mr. Stackpole, Agent Stackpole called Michelle Stevenson on the, I don't know the exact time, but I believe late in the afternoon on the 11th. I called Mr. Stackpole back personally, took it that seriously. I called him back personally first thing in the morning on the 12th. I spoke with him and said that, we would do what we could to help the location get in compliance. He indicated at that time that he had thought they were understanding that they needed to be in compliance. So I talked with Jen Madole, our regional manager, right after I spoke with Agent Stackpole. And we had a supervisor go out that day. They did a walkthrough. We provided additional signage. This is on the 12th. We provided additional signage and placement, assisted with placement. And Ms. Madole spoke with, she indicated she spoke with Jason and Carl the son in regards to the regs and the signage. They indicated at that time that they would comply. We understood there would be additional inspection, and that occurred on the 17th. And it's my understanding that at that point, Agent Stackpole called Ms. Madole, and we immediately turned off the games. That they hadn't complied and had basically had a unfortunate encounter.
Well, I just wanted to state that, with obviously since gaming has resumed since June 4th, we've done press releases regarding the thousands of observations and inspections that have been done with obviously varying levels of discipline that the board has issued. And this was honestly one of the most egregious reports that I've seen, which is why we've taken this action to actually put this on our agenda. Just very disappointed to hear about this conduct, and I would be in support of forwarding this to the commission with a recommendation that Mr. Zinn be called forward for a finding of suitability, but would like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on this as well.
I concur with those thoughts, Chair Morgan. I wanted to just mention something to Mr. Zinn. I think he probably, I can see that he probably didn't appreciate at the time the gravity of the situation, but understand our agents are out there. They're trying to protect the industry that we have in Nevada, the primary industry that we have in Nevada. They're also trying to protect staff members and the public. And funny enough, when they're visiting your property, they're protecting the public from you, from your business to a large degree, because masks are required. Like it or not, this is the rule of the game right now. The reason we're even here right now is because masks weren't being worn there. We identified it. We're not picking on, you as a small business operator. As Chair Morgan mentioned, we've done thousands, and I think that number is nearing 20,000, somewhere there, about inspections around the state. Don't quote me on that number, but it's a large, significant number. Nobody has gone unchecked. The agents themselves, they didn't establish these rules, but God bless them for enforcing them. We need them out there. Our state needs for them to be doing what they're doing and taking these enforcement actions. And we don't need uncooperative sort of participants like yourself right now. They've got a tough enough job. But I would echo Chair Morgan's comments, and I would be supportive of recommending such an action to the commission as well.
Right. Thank you, Member Gutierrez.
I didn't have any questions, but I think the threshold has certainly been satisfied to warrant a call forward, and that the commission be asked to approve doing so.
All right, well, thank you. Well, with that then, I will seek a motion recommending to the commission to call Mr. Zinn forward for a finding of suitability as a landlord.
Okay, and I'll make a motion. I did want to make one other comment just to Ms. Gillen. I commend them on their decision to take immediate action as well. I think that was the appropriate step to take.
Thank you. We learned after 5 PM and we're on it first thing in the morning when the agent was available.
And I know that's a tough decision to make, particularly in this environment when you've got limited numbers of machines, even operational. The economy is what it is right now. But anyways, I commend you for that.
Thank you.
And I echo those sentiments, Ms. Gillen, as well. All
Thank
right.
you.
Member Casaros?
So I will fashion a motion. Senior Dag Somps, please correct me if I need to be corrected here. But Chair Morgan, as it relates to restricted item number 10, I move to recommend that the Nevada Gaming Commission call forward Mr. Jian Shin, the owner of All Star Bar and Grill, for licensure. Would that be sufficient?
That is sufficient, although it would be a finding of suitability.
I will correct that for a finding of suitability and strike for licensure. Thank you.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chairwoman Morgan?
Aye. All right, thank you for appearing today. Mr. Ferrado, that brings us to our last agenda item, public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. We have not received any other messages during the meeting.
All right, wonderful. Well, that will close our public comment section, and thank you all for your participation today. And that concludes the Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of September. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.